If you use Windows, maybe it's because you have certain proprietary software that you can only use on Windows, or maybe you're just like me and you prefer Windows over Linux. Yeah, I know, crazy, right? Then in that case, you want to at least have a solid experience with your system where Microsoft isn't shoving AI and telemetry and all this stupid crap down your throat, right? I like the base system of Windows, but I don't like all of the extra Microsoft garbage that gets piled on top, especially with the newer versions. It's just getting worse and worse. I've seen these headlines about Microsoft's making the system better now. Guys, please come back, but I don't believe him for a goddamn second. So I do what's called Windows debloating, which is where you take out all the bloat, all the garbage, all the crap out of your system to get a more optimized and just cleaner experience. What I will be doing in this video is I'm going into the trenches. I'm going into the depths and finding every single Windows debloater I could find on the internet. Like literally every single one, including really obscure ones that no one's ever heard of. I found every single Windows debloater basically out there, at least as of recording this, and I'm going to be going over all of them today to help you decide what is the best Windows debloater for your use case. And you see, that's an important thing to talk about there for a moment. Your use case is different from my use case, all right? Our computer setups are different. What we do on our computers is different. No one size fits all. If someone tells you that something is the best, period, they're lying to you. They're trying to sell you something and they're wrong. There's no such thing as the best Windows debloater, just like how there's no such thing as the best operating system, right? All these Linux people in my comments talk about just switch to Linux, bro. Linux is the best. Linux. But Linux, in my experience, and I've used Linux for about a year on my main PC and about 2 to 3 on my laptop, Linux just ain't for me, at least not yet. I simply just prefer Windows over Linux as of right now. And that's just how it is. It's as simple as that. And it may be the case for you, right? Or even with the Windows debloaters, it's the same case. If I think, one Windows debloater is the best one out there, you may think that another one is. It just really depends on what you're looking for, right? And I came up with 3 bits of criteria that are what I'm looking for. I'm looking for stability, simplicity, and security. Those are the things I find the most valuable when it comes to an operating system and a Windows debloater that I choose, right? Those are the 3 things that I care about the most. The 3 S's of Windows debloating, I suppose. So when I say stability, I mean I don't want to run a Windows debloater that's just going to modify a bunch of crap in my system and just completely destabilize my system where one single Windows update can completely fry my whole system, right? And that does happen with some really awful Windows debloaters out there where they just kind of haphazardly just gut shit and then, will disable updates or something, and that can harm stability because, whatever, if something happens, if one wrong thing happens in an update or whatever, then my system's completely cooked. I don't want that. That's not what I'm looking for because I use the system for work and everything like that. I need a system I can depend on and I need it to be stable. Now, when I say simplicity, I value just being able to run and done something, right? I value that kind of run and done experience. I don't want to check a million boxes. I don't want to have to sit there and manually configure a million things, right? Because when I'm installing my Windows system, and I install Windows systems pretty often, I reinstall my laptop pretty often, I'm installing virtual machines, I'm reinstalling my actual system here, whatever it is, right? I'm installing a lot of Windows systems usually. I do that a lot. So I get really sick and tired of having to manually debloat every single time. That's just me. So if there's a way that I can kind of just simply run it and then it just does the thing, then there we go. I'm happy. And then the last thing is security. And this is the most crucial thing. You see a lot of Windows debloaters, and there's kind of just this mindset in this kind of optimizer community, I guess, where people think it's okay to compromise your system security just for a couple of extra FPS, right, in a video game, which is absolutely not the case. And then they think that if I just don't download a malicious file, then I'm safe, right? If I just don't download a malicious program and run it, then I'll be fine. And that's completely disregarding supply chain attacks. That's completely disregarding the fact that there could be a remote code execution vulnerability in any of the software you use. There's tons of scenarios where you can still be compromised, but I mean, I'm not going to get too deep into that. I will just say that when it comes to me, at least, security is crucial. And any Windows debloater that tries to gut my system of actually essential stuff like security for the sake of a couple of extra FPS is not a worth it compromise to me. And I'll go ahead and get this out of the way. You got to understand this is the case with every single YouTuber or person you talk to, period. I'm biased. And how am I biased? Because I run a company called Raven Technologies Group. You can buy a hat, by the way, if you want to support the channel. And we have our own Windows debloater, and that's going to be the first Windows debloater that I show you. The reason why it's going to be the first Windows debloater that I show you is to set a baseline, because I made this Windows debloater, and I made it the way that I want it. So it is the best example of a Windows debloater I can show you that meets my standards and that is my preferred choice. But again, it may not be for you. See, don't run Talon, and that's the name of the tool, by the way, Talon. Don't run Talon if it's not for you. If you watch what I'm about to show you and you don't think it's good, don't run it. You don't. I don't want people. I don't want to sit here and try to promote my tool or whatever. Right? Be scummy like that, and try to say it's the best one out there, you guys should use it. I don't care if you use my tool or not, frankly. Like, obviously I want people to use my tool, but if you don't, then I'm just happy your Windows system is debloated either way. So I just want to make that clear, that I think it's going to be pretty obvious that I'm biased towards my own tool just because I made it and it fits my standards and it's my tool, right? But that's going to be the case with any debloater YouTuber out there who's teaching you how to optimize your system or whatever. That's just the case with anyone you talk to. Everyone's a little biased, and I just want to be upfront with what mine are. Oh, and just a quick note, my webcam won't be visible for most of these clips because I've recorded them throughout different times of the day throughout the week, so just keep that in mind. All right, so this is the Windows machine that we'll be actually running all of the Windows debloaters in today, and it is version 24H2. This is the build number, and it's Windows 11 Pro. Now, this is a virtual machine, but it should still be fine. Just keep that in mind, though, that that explains why there's a taskbar at the bottom, but then also some things might be a little bit slower, and it's just because we're in a virtual machine. Don't hold that against whatever tools we run. Now, there's actually two ways to run. The first tool we'll be looking at Talon, and the first way is to do the standard method of going to our website, downloading the program, and running it, which is kind of just how you do with any program. But if you do it that way, then you do have to go into Windows Defender and temporarily disable it so that Talon will actually run. And the reason why you have to do that is because that's just the case with any Windows debloater. And then you see there's the second case, which is actually running it as administrator in PowerShell. And this is what most Windows debloaters will have you do. You'll see it if you go look up any of those Windows debloaters. What most of them will do is they'll have you run Windows PowerShell as administrator and run either IWR or IRM or something like that. Give you a URL and then pipe it to IEX. Now, what this command does is it's going to actually take the script, it's going to go to this website and actually fetch whatever PowerShell script is there, and it's going to store it in your computer's memory instead of storing it to your hard drive. You may be wondering, why would they do that? And it's because of Windows Defender. This is actually a way to circumvent Windows Defender throwing a baby tantrum over the Windows debloater tool that you're trying to run. So a lot of tools do this, like Raphire's 111 debloat, ChrisTitusTech's WinUtil, just to name a few. They all do the same trick, and it's for that reason. This is just a clever trick, basically, to circumvent Windows Defender throwing a fit. And you gotta think, it's because any program that behaves like malware is going to trip Windows Defender. So any program that's changing system settings, uninstalling apps, it's modifying the Windows registry, it's running scripts, it's doing all that kind of stuff, of course it's going to trip up Windows Defender. And the biggest point to take away from that is that, antiviruses, they don't have context. They don't understand that what you're running is a Windows debloater. They just see, here's a program that's behaving like malware, right? And since it matches known patterns, known signatures of malware, then it thinks that it is malware, when we all know it's not. It's just a Windows debloater doing its job. So you can run it the first way. That is the way I'll be showing you, but I do just really want to quickly show you that you can run Talon this way. So if you do IRM window debloat.win and then you pipe it to IEX, so just debloat.win like that. You hit IEX, and this method of running Talon is essentially like the express way of running it, right? Because rather than having to go to a website, download it, and having to manually disable Defender, you don't have to touch Defender at all to run it this way. It just works. You don't have to mess with Windows Defender at all. So there are some issues with it though. So it will run in headless mode, meaning that the UI won't be present. So you know how normally there's an actual like interface that you can see, like an overlay and whatnot. That won't be the case here. So that's one of the downsides. Another downside is that Talon won't automatically restart your system this way. So instead of it automatically restarting, you would want to manually restart your system after running it this way. And then lastly, you can't actually customize the debloat process. If you run Talon the normal standard way, then you can customize the process however you'd like. But because if you're going to run it this way, it's just going to use the standard default configuration. So now that that's out of the way, that is an option. I'll go ahead and show you the slightly more difficult but standard way of doing it, where you open up Windows Defender, and then you're going to head into Virus and Threat Protection, Manage Settings here, and you're going to want to temporarily disable real-time protection, and if any of these other ones are on, turn them off as well. Now here's the thing, sometimes when you turn off real-time protection, Windows Defender still likes to try to protect you. You see, Windows Defender really likes to protect you even if you tell it explicitly not to. So it has happened before where even though real-time protection's off, people still get Windows Defender killing Talon and messing with it. So if that's the case, then you can scroll down here and click Add or Remove Exclusions. This is kind of an extreme option, but sometimes it's necessary. And then you can click Add Exclusion, you can click Folder, and then you'll want to set it to your C drive right here. Now, what this does, and it's important you understand what this does, is it completely excludes your C drive from being affected by Windows Defender. Now, obviously, for the sake of just running Talon here, that's necessary, but you got to make sure that you remove this afterwards, because if you don't remove this afterwards, then your system is basically just left completely unprotected, and that's very dangerous. So make sure you remove that after. Now I'll go ahead and go to our website here. Please fuck off with the OneDrive shit. It pisses me off. So we'll go ahead and go to our website, which is raventechnologiesgroup.com. This is my company that we make Talon. So we'll go ahead and head into Explore Products here, and we have these different ones, but what we're looking for is Talon. And you can see here it says run via PowerShell, and it mentions that. Now you may see purchase here and you may be a little concerned, but don't worry. Purchasing is completely optional. It is literally just a donation, basically. Purchasing is it functions the same as a donation. You don't get any additional free features, services, or guarantees, and it's purely optional just to support ongoing development. So there's not some kind of special paid version of Talon that does anything special. It's just regular Talon. If you purchase Talon, then it just brings you to the same download, where it just downloads the exact same file. So just wanted to make sure that's clear, that you don't have to purchase it, but you can if you want to support it. And then once it's finished downloading here, what you'll want to do is actually extract the zip. But before I extract the zip, actually, I am going to do one thing, just to demonstrate that it's possible. You can actually run and completely install Talon without an internet connection, so I will actually be showcasing that here. Talon works completely offline. You don't need internet for it. So it's gonna go ahead and extract here. There's one thing you should understand whenever I open up this folder. You'll notice that there are quite a couple of files in here. These are all dependencies, basically just things that the actual program relies on. Now, before we had it where all of these dependencies were just bundled inside of the exe file, right? Which is typical for a lot of portable software where it's just a singular exe. And it would just unpack those dependencies when you actually run it. But instead, we decided for these past few versions to actually have the dependencies just out like this, so that it doesn't have that unpacking behavior, because that kind of unpacking behavior does make Windows Defender want to scream. So we tried this to see if it would help, and honestly, it didn't really help all that much. So in the next update, which should be coming out in the next couple of days as of recording this video, it will most likely be back to just a singular exe file in here. But it does at least, a benefit of it doing it this way is you can actually see the scripts that it's about to be running. These are the PowerShell scripts that Talon relies on. These are our in-house scripts that we actually developed, and then these are the external scripts. So interesting point about this, and I'll actually get to that later, is that Talon actually combines two existing tools as part of its debloating process. But yeah, I'll get into that in just a moment. So when you run Talon, it'll take just a moment. And remember, we are offline as of running this. There we go. So it's going to load up for a moment. It's going to, normally it would display like a screen where you can choose your browser. Yeah, it says it right here. So since you're not connected to the internet, it won't install a browser. That's something just to keep in mind. Normally there would be, the first screen would be where you can actually pick what web browser you want, and there would be different options, like Brave and Edge and all that stuff. So you could pick the different browsers, but that's it. Obviously it can't do that without having an internet connection. So and there's something important to understand there, that by default Talon does remove Microsoft Edge. So if you remove Microsoft Edge without installing a browser, then you're just going to be left without one. So if you do plan on running Talon without internet, go install a web browser first and then run Talon, just so that way you're not left without a web browser here. But as you can see, there's this review page where it lets you see what it's going to do to your computer. And on the left side here, it shows in order everything it's about to do. And if you hover these options, it'll actually tell you what each thing does. So like, for example, setting security only update policy. What Talon does as part of its process is it prevents Windows updates from reintroducing bloat and undoing the changes Talon makes by setting your system so that it only receives security updates instead of the non-security, quote-unquote feature updates, right? And if you're on Windows Pro, which we are, then it lasts permanently. But if you're on Windows Home, then this change will only last for 365 days. And that's just, sadly, a limitation of Windows. That's just how that goes. And by the way, when it says permanently on Windows Pro, that does include LTSC, that does include Enterprise, that does include the other ones as well. So you can actually remove specific steps if you don't want it to remove Edge and you don't want it to set a background. Maybe you don't want it to make visual adjustments to your desktop, like setting your taskbar to the left or making your system dark theme and stuff. You can remove that. And if you accidentally delete something that you actually wanted, then you can click Reset to Defaults and it brings it back to normal. Now, the advanced section really is only worth looking at if you're kind of a more tech-savvy user. I wouldn't recommend touching this stuff if you aren't, but Talon actually has a thing called an install plan, which allows you to actually completely customize how you want the how you want the debloat process to go, and then you can export that install plan and then re-import it the next time you use Talon. So that way you're not having to manually, edit every single thing every single time, right? And you can even import a custom WinUtil config, edit Win11 debloats arguments, you can edit the registry changes, all of that. You can set a custom applied background, so rather than just using our Raven branded one, you can have it set your own. Very neat. And this is mostly relevant to businesses who are mass deploying Talon on their computer networks. You can actually do all of this same stuff through the command line. You can actually pass arguments and actually pass custom configurations and stuff and run it through the command line. So there's actually technically 3 different ways to run Talon, but the regular ways of running Talon, there's only 2. So something to keep in mind, by the way, for the remainder of this video, we'll only be ever running the default configuration of these tools. Every Windows Debloater tool we look at will just be running the default settings. So with all that yap aside, I'll go ahead and click Start. Now, to briefly go into a bit more depth about the running other tools, you see, Talon is essentially a glorified automation tool. It's a glorified macro with a fancy UI. That's the way I like to describe it because it's honestly the most apt description I can give of it. The whole kind of idea of Talon is, rather than trying to reinvent the wheel and rather than trying to redo these same things that all these popular tools have been doing for years and reliably, instead of that, why don't we just take two really strong, two really reliable tools created by really well-known developers that are trusted, and then combine them, automate them, so that rather than checking a million boxes and all that stuff in those tools, it just automates the whole process for you. You can see, as I'm talking right now, I'm not even touching my keyboard or my mouse. You can see it's just doing everything for me. The whole process is completely automated. So this uninstall Outlook and OneDrive step, the Edge removal step, setting your system to only receive security updates, and a couple other things are our homemade scripts. Like, we made those. But for the main kind of bulk of the debloat process, it's actually two existing tools: ChrisTitusTech's WinUtil and Raphire's Win11 Debloat. And we actually combine these two and automate them with the whole process, and it just makes for a really solid debloated experience. So that's, you can see it right here. It mentions WinUtil right here. It's running it right now. So, and it by default, it just passes our own configuration to WinUtil and Win11 Debloat. But in that advanced menu that you looked at earlier, you can customize that to your liking however you want. You can actually see icons disappearing off the taskbar down there, which is pretty funny. And I'll go ahead and actually just pause the video, and then I'll unpause it whenever the debloat process is done. And so the Windows debloat process for Talon completed, and as you can see, we have this nice photo of a flower in our logo right here. But you can see the taskbar is completely empty, and if we go ahead and open this up here, the only thing that does persist, at least as of right now, in the newest update that we're releasing in a few days, we hopefully will have this fixed by then, but sadly, the stupid LinkedIn link persists. You gotta understand, though, that LinkedIn link is not even a real program installed on your computer. It's basically a web bookmark that they put in your start menu, which is funny because when you right-click it and click on install, it says uninstall, but you're not even actually uninstalling anything. It just removes the web link. But since there's no actual program on your computer to remove, then removing that web link there is actually a lot more trickier than you'd think. But as you can see, we keep the essentials. So, you still have your calculator, you still have Paint due to popular demand, you still have a notepad, you still have your terminal, stuff like that. But all the extra garbage is completely removed. If we go ahead and search up AI here, you can see AI components, but then if we look into AI components, none are currently installed. And because we're on Windows Pro, that'll never be the case. We'll only ever be getting security updates, and we won't get any of those stupid AI integrations anymore. And if you actually look, this is actually pretty fast for the start menu here. Like, you can see it is pretty quick for actually searching things up compared to regular Windows, at least. And then, so something important to understand is that raw numbers don't showcase real actual performance. So whenever I'm showing these numbers, there's something you got to understand, that this is specific to this virtual machine on my computer. Results vary from system to system. And of course, another thing as well is that the process count will always be higher on a laptop compared to a PC. Because PCs and even laptops have drivers where you'll have certain drivers or whatever that are necessary components of your system, but just because they're running in the background, it increases the process count. So these kinds of raw numbers can be misleading sometimes and make you feel like your system's more or less debloated than it actually is. But you can see there's 48 Windows processes, and these are essential system processes, right? And then there are actually 24 to 23 roughly background processes here. And if we go ahead and look here, it says total is about 86, at least on this system. And if I just don't move my cursor or anything, the utilization is pretty low on the CPU there. You can see the memory usage is whoa, that's kind of goofy that it says 2.2 there. Whatever. You can see if I just even just drag around my window, that utilization is going to bump up. And this is part of what I mean by the numbers can be misleading. I'm actually planning on making a whole video talking about that. But that's just kind of lightly going over that detail. I will show these stats, in this video, but just keep in mind that you shouldn't be like making a decision on what Windows debloater you want just based off of how low these numbers end up being, like the process count and stuff, because that's just not a good measurement for actual performance. And let me know if you guys do want me to make that video, because I think it's a pretty interesting concept. So we are still disconnected to the internet. I can't actually bring that back on now. I'll go ahead and do that. So if I go ahead and click OK, we're connected back up now. And the system's just solid. Everything's good. If you actually open up the Microsoft Store, then it still functions. Microsoft Store is fully functional. I actually don't know if it will be right now because I'm in a virtual machine. Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, totally works. Call of Duty and RoboCop. That's sad. But you can change the desktop background, of course, to whatever you want, but it does just set it to this. So that's really about all I have to show you for Talon here, but I like this experience, and I think it's very simple and just easy to use, right? Someone like me, the default debloat experience is already the way I want, so I can just, run that PowerShell one-liner, hit enter, and then just get a debloated experience in minutes, where it's fully automated and I don't have to do anything. And then if I want to customize it a bit, I can just pop it open, customize it a bit, click start, and then it just does it for me, right? So it has that stability that I'm looking for. It still provides me with security updates, and it doesn't mess with Defender. It doesn't disable that stuff, which, remember, speaking of, you need to make sure you go in and re-enable that your protections. Make sure you remove that C drive exclusion, very important. And then yes, Windows Defender turns real-time protection back on automatically after a restart. But it has the security that I'm looking for. It has the simplicity, and it has the stability too, because Talon doesn't actually even seep all that deep into your system. Everything that Talon does for debloating, at least comparatively to a lot of other Windows debloaters, is actually pretty surface level stuff, and it still makes your system a lot more efficient even without having to go super deep into the weeds of your system. So you can always reinstall whatever was removed. So it does remove OneDrive and it does remove Microsoft Edge, but you can always just reinstall Microsoft Edge and it will just work. Anything Talon removes like that, you can just bring back. You can just reinstall yourself. There's one downside, notably, that is a big complaint, and it's that Talon does remove snipping tool. Sadly, we're working on fixing that so that it doesn't remove snipping tool, but you can always just go back into the Microsoft Store if you want it, and then just go get the snipping tool from here. They're really recommending this slop over their own tool, really. But yeah, you can just get the snipping tool back and you're good to go. So that's really about it for Talon, though. So the next debloater we'll be looking at is one that's actually a part of Talon. If you remember, it's Raphire's Win11 debloat. Now, this utility is very popular, as you can see, and it's made by a very talented and well-trusted developer who's been doing this for a long time. Win11 debloat's been around for quite a while, and as you can see, this is what you need to do to run it. And this is exactly what I was talking about, where a lot of these Windows debloaters will have you run PowerShell as administrator and run a script like this, and that's for Windows Defender circumvention, and to, of course, also make sure that the actual run process is easy and straightforward. So we'll go ahead and run this. Looks pretty different compared to, that's just a different way to do the same thing, basically. It's going to actually download it here, and it's unpacking, and then we should see a UI as soon as it's done. So it is actually downloading a zip file temporarily into our temporary directory. This is pretty similar to how Talon does its PowerShell method. And there we are. So you can see, welcome to Win11 debloat. They changed the UI since then. It used to actually only be a PowerShell kind of UI, like inside the terminal, but now they actually made a proper user interface for it. So if we go ahead and read about, this is by Raphire, and you can support Raphire on Ko-Fi. So I highly recommend you go support him if you do actually appreciate his project. Totally worth the donation there. So you can run default mode or custom setup. Let's just look at custom setup here, but we will be running the default mode, of course. So you can see all these different softwares that you can run, and well, actually, Yeah, this is just where you can get some software. I'm assuming it's just using WinGit. So then after you pick the software you want, it has you check all of the boxes of all the steps that you want, and then it's going to run it. So this is, I think this is great for customizability and more tech savvy users who like to have granular control like that. I'm sure this is really appreciated. And look, if you even hover, it tells you the specifics of that step. So that is very nice. But oftentimes, what I'm looking for in a Windows debloater is just like being able to have it run and done, like I mentioned before. I don't care too much usually about like overly customizing every aspect of it, but having that option is definitely nice. So we can just click default mode, and then it just kind of runs the default settings here. So we're not going to create a restore point because that's not worth it in this virtual machine. That would be a waste of time. And current user, we'll just leave it on the default settings. Let's go ahead and click apply changes. And then it actually shows a kind of pop up here where it says it's applying the changes here. And it's showing you the specific steps and the progress of that step. I do very much like that. This is a solid interface. I think something we'll be seeing a lot today is that a lot of Windows debloaters really like to use kind of the default style UI, kind of that Windows style UI, right? And I'm sure that's probably just because they're PowerShell scripts. So the changes have finally applied. That did take a while, but again, remember virtual machines, so it probably was just because of that. But if we go ahead and close it here, I'm pretty sure it doesn't require you to restart. Something you'll notice immediately, though, it seems like Edge persists. I mean, I can try to start it here and confirm. Yeah, so with the default settings, Edge does still persist. It does not actually remove Edge to start off. And this is what I was talking about earlier, and this is why Talon combines WinUtil and Edge, and why we use some of our own in-house scripts is because Raphire's Win11 debloat and WinUtil don't really cover everything. So same thing with Win11 debloat. It doesn't actually fully remove the LinkedIn web URL here. But then if we go ahead and scroll down, you can see it does keep a little more. So it does keep the Xbox app, and it does actually keep Snipping Tool. It again keeps Microsoft Edge. It keeps the media player. And again, ignore, FL Studio. Don't worry about that. Game bar. So it does keep the gaming focused stuff, and it keeps the music player, and it keeps Edge. So it's not as debloated of an experience, but and it seems to also keep the Outlook too, which I think Talon does remove. Yeah, it keeps Outlook too. Oh, and it keeps OneDrive. I thought it removed OneDrive. So yeah, it really doesn't debloat that hard. It's a lot softer of a debloat experience compared to a lot of other debloaters out there. So I'll go ahead and show you here. This is the process count. This is the CPU. And then if I wait a moment, just sit still. Yeah, that's kind of where it's hovering. And then if I go ahead and look here, you can see this is the amount of background processes here. And then this is the amount of Windows processes. I wonder why Windows is going so much. Ah, okay. So this is another reason why relying purely on the numbers isn't a super accurate way to determine, because right now Windows is installing or downloading an update in the background. So the CPU and memory usage and the process count and stuff is a lot higher. Again, I'm showing these just because I know if I didn't, then a bunch of people in the comments would be complaining about that. But yeah, these numbers aren't super accurate, and you're seeing in real time why not. But let's see if the Microsoft Store still works, because that is kind of important, even though I never really use it. Okay, it still seems to be functional. So yeah, it's a much lighter debloat process, but it still gets rid of some of the essential stuff, some of the crap out of your system. So that's Win11 debloat. So the next Windows debloater is going to be WinUtil, ChrisTitusTech's WinUtil. Now, something important to understand is that ChrisTitus WinUtil is technically not a full-on Windows debloater. It's more like just a general Windows utility for customizing your Windows experience, and it can be used for debloating Windows, and it often is. But it's not a full-on Windows debloater, so to speak. So I felt like that was just worth mentioning. It is kind of just more of a general power user utility, but it still is a solid option. So I will still be showing it anyways. And it does still have a standard profile for its debloating, so we'll be running that. And and I mentioned it earlier, but we really will be seeing that method of running scripts a lot. Just like I mentioned, it's of course to store it in memory and then bypass Windows Defender crying and stuff. And that's because WinUtil is also written entirely in PowerShell, so it can just be ran as a PowerShell script like that. But we can see you can actually install a bunch of different programs through WinGit. It has a ton of different programs that you can actually install. But if we go ahead and head into tweaks, this is probably what you want to be looking for. And it has a bunch of different options here, some advanced settings, some essential settings, and different preferences. We'll go ahead and just click standard. Now, what standard does is all of these things. I don't think it changes any of these. I didn't notice anything change. There is also minimal, but we will be going with standard. I will get rid of restore point, and then there's, disk cleanup. I'm going to get rid of those two things because A, they're not essential, and B, making a restore point and then running the Microsoft disk cleanup utility is just going to take forever, and I don't want to have to sit there and wait for those to finish in this virtual machine. So those are the only two exceptions, but they're just running standard Windows tools. Oh, there's already a process started. I didn't notice. I clicked it, but I thought it wasn't doing anything. It is doing something? Okay, yeah. That audio is strange in virtual machines. So I guess it is actively... Oh, wait a second. Yeah, okay. So it was because I had an area in the terminal selected on accident. So it froze it. So it's running right now. You can see everything it's doing. WinUtil, something to understand is that this is definitely a tool for more tech-savvy users. Less tech-savvy users are not going to be having as good of a time with this as someone who kind of knows their way around computers. It did finish extremely quick, though. But, when you open a program like this and you're running it through PowerShell with a command and it's, looking like this, imagine trying to get your grandma to run this, right? Like... You really have to be kind of holding her hand throughout the process. And then you can go in here even, and they do have security settings changes here. So what this will do is it'll delay feature updates, bloat updates, by 365 days. It'll set security updates to be installed after 4 days after they're released, and then it prevents Windows Update from installing drivers. And it still sends out the security updates, though. So this is as close as you can get. It's not like Talon, where on Pro you get permanent security updates. It's only up to 365 no matter the version of Windows you're on, but we can still click apply on that. And there you go. Now we can go ahead and check out what it did. So it did disable activity history and consumer features. You can read more about consumer features right here. It does have an end task with right click. So in the taskbar, if you right click a program, to my knowledge, it will end the task. Oh yeah, there's an end task option in here. So, which is pretty nice. I don't know. I actually don't know why that's not just like built into. I don't know why that's just not enabled by default. It disables automatic folder discovery, which definitely improves the experience of Windows Explorer. It disables telemetry in PowerShell 7. It sets services to manual. It's going to disable telemetry. So, the thing is with all these changes is that you'll notice we still have Windows Defender, or sorry, Microsoft Edge, pardon me. We still have Copilot. We still have all of these apps. So really, again, as far as like actually being a debloater goes, it doesn't do a good job of it because it's still keeping news, it's still keeping Outlook, it's still keeping OneDrive, it's still keeping Sticky Notes, Sound Recorder, Solitaire, all this extra garbage, the weather app. So much of this crap, the Office, Clipchamp, Media Player, To Do, Teams, I don't need any of this stuff. I don't want any of this stuff, right? Like, this crap sucks. And most debloaters, would be getting rid of this stuff, but WinUtil doesn't because it's a lot lighter. And again, it's not necessarily a Windows debloater, so you can't blame it too hard. It is more so just a tweaking tool for, kind of tweaking the settings of your system. If we go into advanced settings, it can be used a lot more like a Windows debloater, though, where you can remove Xbox gaming components, unwanted pre-install apps. You can remove storage. I wouldn't actually disable storage sense, but you can remove Microsoft Copilot. You can remove Microsoft Edge or debloat Microsoft Edge. You can, do all this different stuff. So you can go heavier and actually gut your system of a lot of this crap. But it's the default setting, the default standard configuration, which is what we're looking at today for all these tools, is very much like minimal. Really not a lot done. So I wouldn't use the standard configuration. Before I made Talon, I did use WinUtil though, and I would just use, it combined with the advanced settings, activate the ultimate performance profile, change these up how I liked it. But it was a very manual process. You have to do it every time. If you go here, though, you can actually export and import configurations. But I have noticed that configurations are not super reliable in WinUtil because over updates, he has actually changed configurations where it breaks older configs, or maybe certain things you want. Like, you can't set this as part of your config. You can't set certain things as part of your config, at least to my knowledge. Maybe in the newer configs you can, because he is always working on it and improving it. And it does leave an output file, a transcript for you, so you can see everything it did. So definitely more of a tech savvy user option. I don't really like the standard configuration. I think it's just way too light. It really doesn't debloat that much, but if that's what you're looking for and you're a more tech savvy user and you want to have all the programs you want installed also, then it can be a solid option. And if you do combine it with the advanced settings, it can be a solid debloated experience. I personally think that if you combine ChrisTitusTech's WinUtil with Raphie's Win11 Debloated, it turns out a lot better. The next Windows debloater we'll be looking at is Winhance, and the reason why we're looking at it now is because I wanted to go ahead and kind of push it up the list in priority, because I swear to God, I have received at least 50 comments of people asking me to talk about Winhance and what my opinion is on Winhance and everything like that. So I'll just be going ahead and doing that now. So we can see it's the ultimate Windows enhancement utility. And this is created by a YouTuber called Memory. Mems Tech Tips is his website down there. You can see this is kind of a preview. So I have used Winhance once before. Now, I actually never used Winhance until actually starting to record this video, and fun fact, I've done several takes of this video already. I just, I always, every time I record videos, I always have that thought of like, I can do better, and then I just keep starting over a million times. But this program, I have ran it once before. I don't know if it changed since then, but so I'll just install for all users, I guess. I don't know which one's the standard option. There is a license agreement. It's this Polyform Shield license. So I'm actually not totally sure if you cannot fork or rebrand Winhance and sell it as a competing product, free or paid, or redistribute a modified version. Just don't turn it into a competing product. So to my knowledge, Winhance is not technically open source. And this does not appear to be an open source license. So yeah, that is an important consideration. Any tool that's like modifying the core components of your system, it would be ideal if that was open source, right? A lot of the 3 debloaters we've already looked at so far have been open source, but this one is not, because you can't fork it. You can't, I actually don't know if the source code is public. If it's, you can modify the source code. So yeah, you absolutely can. So it's source available then. It's a source available program, but it's not open source, seemingly. So we'll just go ahead and do a standard installation, I suppose. And this is something interesting about Winhance, is that it actually installs to your system like a regular program. And, you know, this is unique because a lot of Windows debloaters are just kind of you run it once and then it's just done. But Winhance actually stays on your system so that you can open it back up later and make changes later. And that's something I very much like about it. And we'll you know, I'll get to that. But I think it should be starting up, or do I have to start it manually? I'll just run it manually and see, because it is taking a bit to boot up. But I do think that is just the virtual machine taking its sweet time. Oh, there we go. Yeah, and again, the kind of like standard Windows 11 UI styling is here as well. A lot of these Windows debloaters like to do the Windows 11 like styled UIs. Which, I mean, I'm not saying that as a bad thing because it, you know, integrates with the style of your system. So, you know, why not? It still looks good. But here we go. So something you'll notice is that WinUtil is Winhance is essentially just a modern version of WinUtil. At least from my experience, it really just feels like a modern. It just feels like ChrisTitusTech's WinUtil, but with a fresh coat of paint, basically. Now you can actually view all these Windows apps and features. You can download and install external software. If we go into optimize here, there's different optimizations. I don't know why this is a button here though. And then, so yeah, there are actually new options, and it is very granular. There are tons of options in this, and something I noticed is that some of the options in this are just options that you can change in Windows settings, like just the regular Windows settings, but he put it all in one place. So it is just kind of like ChrisTitusTech's WinUtil in a way where it's just, you know, all these checkboxes and stuff where you change all these settings, but it has more modern UI. Although it is behaving a lot slower. Yeah, I don't know if that's just specific to my virtual machine or if that's actually like a real issue with the software, but the UI doesn't seem super fast. Now, something I'm pretty sure of is that this doesn't have a like standard profile or like a default configuration. It's kind of like you just go in here and manually do everything yourself. To my knowledge, I don't think there is any kind of like standard option. Yeah, so if we go into advanced tools too, there is you can create custom Windows installation media, which I'm guessing, yeah, I'm guessing this allows you to make your own like Windows install like USBs basically. And you can kind of customize it, then you can create your own Windows ISO that has all your settings ready to go basically, which is pretty cool. And the UI does have dark theme, which I'm going to keep it on because I like it better. But yeah, sadly, I'm not going to be able to showcase or... Oh, there is recommended... Yeah, there is recommended settings. So I was wrong about that. There are recommended settings. I don't remember if the recommended settings thing existed when I looked at it, actually, but I'll go ahead and apply it. It's 266 settings. Jesus. It does seem to go by pretty quick, though. And I'm guessing it applied all those settings already. So it is, I guess our system is optimized now. Now, if we select them here, oh, you can uninstall selected items or install selected items through this menu. So I'm not sure if the recommended settings do this, or if, you know, we have to manually uninstall every program we don't want. Because if the standard recommended settings, which it seems like, doesn't automatically remove programs for me, then that is kind of a pain that I have to do it all myself. But, and you know, the thing about it actually installing to your system, which I said I would get into later, the cool thing is that after I've applied all the settings I want, I can just close it. And, oh yeah, by the way, you should support him if you like this project and you like Winhance. You can definitely go support him, show him some love. But, you know, if months go by, years go by, whatever, and then I want to make changes to my system again in the future, then you can open it back up and edit those settings again later, which a lot of Windows debloaters, notably Talon, lack. That you can't change the settings after it happened, right? A lot of Windows debloaters don't have that, so this one's very unique for providing that option to actually customize it again later, which is pretty cool. I like it because if I am going to be configuring my system like this and stuff, if I want to change it again down the road, then now I have just an easy ability to do that. But I also, on the other hand, I don't know how I feel about having to just have this extra program also just sitting installed on my computer. So it's kind of 50-50. But if it's just installed on my computer, it's not running in the background, and it just kind of just sits there and it doesn't really do anything, and I can just open it again in the future when I need it, then honestly I think it's a pretty cool concept. But yeah, my takeaway on it is that it really just feels like a more modern and more granular version of ChrisTitusTech's WinUtil. It provides more options and more specific granularity, if that makes sense. And just being able to hit apply recommended like that is nice, but I wish they had like a recommended app removal then as well, so that you can just easily get rid of all this junk. But overall, I think it's pretty good. Now, would I use it? Honestly, probably not, because just apply recommend settings is nice, but then having to manually check all these and uninstall it. And also, frankly, I'm just not familiar enough with Winhance to really say that I would use it, because I haven't actually gotten as familiar, with Win11 Debloat and WinUtil and my own, obviously. I'm pretty familiar with them. But then with Winhance, I haven't actually personally used it a lot myself. So it's kind of just like, I can't just fully recommend something I haven't like thoroughly used myself, you know what I mean? But I mean, it seems pretty nice. It seems pretty solid. I've heard good things about them, and it is a pretty modern take. I don't know how I feel about it not being open source. On one hand, I get not being open source because a program that is modifying core components of your system and stuff like that, maybe you don't want to just be taking random code changes and shit like that from Billy Joe from Iowa. But like still, I feel like that makes me just a little bit uncomfortable. But to my knowledge, their source code is still available. So if as long as the source code is still available and you can build it yourself and stuff, then I'm fine with it. I have nothing against source available software, especially when it comes to Windows debloaters. It's pretty understandable. So yeah, just overall, I think it's pretty neat. I think it's solid. Now it's time to start talking about some Windows debloaters that I don't like. And the first one we'll be looking at is AtlasOS. So it's optimized Windows designed for enthusiasts. At least I know them for like being kind of the more gamer debloater, because they really marketed themselves heavily towards like gamers and whatnot, at least early on. And I guess they started to shift away from that. But if we go ahead and look at their website, they talk about a lot of the different benefits of AtlasOS, but one of them is open and transparent, saying they're fully open source using transparent with many stargazers on GitHub. I love that English. But I just want you to keep in mind fully open source, because this is one of my biggest criticisms of AtlasOS. So, and then it starts talking about benchmarks. I really should make a video talking about this kind of stuff, because these kinds of numbers can be so misleading when you market them for a tool like this. They were actually featured by Linus Tech Tips in 2017 in this video, talking about like e-waste PCs and using AtlasOS on it. So they are pretty popular, but we'll go ahead and click Get Started. Now, after you click Get Started, it's actually, ignore that, I went ahead, but it's actually going to say installing AtlasOS, and then it's going to say the installation guide. It's going to really try to get you to go to that installation guide, right? And then it makes you say, I'm following the guide, show me the downloads, in this text link in gray down here. So they really are trying to make this pop out to you so that you click that first before this. And then after that, you click that, it makes you check to confirm that you're following the installation guide. They really want you to follow that guide. Oops. I clicked a button on my mouse by mistake. Okay, now then you would click download Atlas Playbook. So I actually already downloaded it earlier. So you might be questioning, wait, what? Atlas Playbook and then AME Wizard. So what's going on here, right? So this is the interesting thing. Atlas is basically just a glorified configuration file. Essentially, it's just a glorified text file, basically. And this configuration file has to be ran through a tool called AME Wizard. And AME Wizard is created by a company called Ameliorated. The thing about AME Wizard and this whole setup with, like, just running a configuration file in AME Wizard is that AtlasOS itself, the configuration file AtlasOS, is fully open source and transparent. AME Wizard is not open source. It is proprietary software. Now, the interesting thing is that they say open source, freely available source code strengthens our community through trust and transparency. Most of our software is released under the MIT license. You see, that's the thing. Components of AME Wizard are released under open source and under MIT license and are available on GitHub. The actual AME Wizard program itself, though, the full program, is proprietary. It's closed source. So when they're saying, and they're bragging about open source and they're bragging about transparency and being fully open source, right? I hate when AtlasOS says fully, because you can't use AtlasOS without running it in AME Wizard, which is proprietary software. So the AtlasOS configuration file, the playbook, quote unquote, that it's called, is open source, but then to even actually run it, you need to run this tool. So that's a big, gripe I have with it. And that's not great for in terms of trust, because this is a system that's modifying very deep components of your this is a program that's modifying deep components of your system. You don't want it to be proprietary. You want to make sure that the source code can be inspected and audited to make sure that it's actually legitimate and safe. If it's not, then that's very risky, because you don't know what it could be doing, right? You just have to blindly trust the AME Wizard developers, and it's a matter. I don't know if you do. Now, I have actually, fun fact, I have actually talked to the founder of Ameliorated before. That was a while back, and that was early on in Talon's lifespan, because he wanted Talon to actually be a playbook for AME Wizard, and he was reaching out to me to talk about potentially doing that. But I said no, because it sounded honestly a little. I didn't really like the cut of the jib too much, frankly. And his take on computer security and stuff was a bit questionable, in my opinion. And so I just didn't. I didn't want to do it, and Talon ended up becoming its own tool, separate from kind of this ecosystem here. So that's AME Wizard. We'll extract that, and then we will also extract the Atlas playbook here. So yeah, you can see there is the automatic driver installation registry file, but then there's these two, useless files. But then this right here is the playbook, and it uses their APBX file format. So I guess that's like custom to AME Wizard. So we'll go ahead and run this program. But again, that really is just a big gripe of mine with how that kind of goes, and the way they're talking about it, when in reality it's not actually fully open source. I have actually ran this tool before in a previous take of this video that I trashed, and this program does take a while to start up from experience. In virtual machines, at least, it does take like a while to boot up. Yeah, there we go. So again, this kind of like default Windows 11 UI style, you're gonna see a lot of that. So we'll go ahead and go into downloads, and then go into hotfix. We'll drag and drop this here, and this is how you're supposed to get it going. So again, it's like you can see. So AME Wizard is just basically a runner for these configuration files. So it's going to say read the documentation first. They really want to make sure you run that. So Atlas makes your computer snappier and more private with lots of usability improvements. So first thing you have to do is disable security. So this is very similar to Talon in a way, where it just has you go in and disable Defender, except this one kind of helps guide you to the settings for it more so. There you go. So it needs you to disable Defender temporarily. After you do that, you hit next, and that's because AME Wizard is doing the install process as an actual program instead of doing the PowerShell one-liner and it running in memory and stuff. So I was gonna actually check for system updates. I'm pretty sure, yeah, requirements not met. It's gonna make us install updates. And this is because I guess AME Wizard requires you to be on the, or AtlasOS requires you to be on the absolute latest version of Windows. So we'll just have this run. It'll probably take a while. Ladies and gentlemen, Windows at its finest. Jesus fucking Christ. Remind me later. Fucking hell. God, I hate this operating system sometimes. We'll go ahead and get back in here. It should be a... Oh. Okay. I'm guessing that's just something weird with the virtual machine connection. Perhaps. The fuck did that update do? Alright, all that weirdness aside, it should be good now. And I'll go ahead and get Ameliorated back up and running. AME Wizard, I guess, back up and running. Because Ameliorated is the company that makes it, not the tool name. It's AME. So it is going to take its 30 years to boot back up. And it's already got AtlasOS still in there. Cool. So it's, talking about disabling security. We got to do that again. Because real-time protection turns itself back on. It should, yep, be good. Now, hopefully, it's going to actually let us through this time, because it would be pretty annoying if it's going to make us do some more stuff again. We should be good now. When it says activation requirements, I'm actually kind of interested in what it means by that. I wonder if Windows needs to be activated. I do know that with AtlasOS, you need to be on Windows 11 Pro. You need to be on Pro specifically. You can't be on Home. If you're on Home, the install process doesn't work very well. Or at least that's what I've been told by someone who used to frequently use AtlasOS. So now it needs us to prepare system. What does that even mean? Conditions required. So it's going to disable certain services and components. Yeah, which components? Okay. Is it... Do I have to restart again now? It closed out the program. I don't want to have to restart for a fucking third time. Are we good now? Is something wrong? Is something wrong right now and I just don't know it? Okay, there we go. Requirements met. So yeah, you can see AME Core. This is what I was talking about with the AME Wizard being proprietary rather than being open source. So AME Core is MIT licensed, right? So that means that the actual some of the components, some of the actual backend components of this software is open source MIT license. But then AME GUI has its own EULA where it is actually proprietary, which sucks. It really shouldn't be the case. I really don't think that any system, any tool that's modifying integral components of your system should be proprietary. Yeah, sure, I'll accept the license agreement, man. So enable Defender recommended. This is another big criticism I had on AtlasOS, is that it used to default to disabling Defender, where it would just completely remove Defender from your system. Now they changed it so the default is enable Defender and it's recommended, but by default it used to actually just get rid of Defender, and I was very opposed to that because, again, if you remember back to the 3 S's of Windows debloating for me, That absolutely is a big violation. I don't want to gut the security of my system just for slightly better performance. Default Windows mitigations, disabling could improve performance on older CPUs at the cost of, it could slightly improve performance on older CPUs at the cost of reducing security pretty drastically, and could even harm performance on modern GPUs. So, very glad that's on by default. Disabling automatic Windows updates, I'm very opposed to. I think that this is a very inefficient and bad way of going about this. Because the reason why they do this is they don't want Windows updates to reintroduce bloat and to undo changes. But you also could just set it so that it only provides security updates and not just outright get rid of all of them, including security updates. You see, it's technically not getting rid of updates wholeheartedly, but it's disabling them from automatic updates. So you actually have to manually go in there and update every time you want updates. And no one's listen, you ain't gonna be doing that. Okay, look, just be real with me and be real with yourself. You ain't gonna be doing that consistently. Okay, you're gonna forget, you're gonna be lazy, whatever the case. And this is just not a good idea, but it was on default disable, so we're just gonna go with the default settings. Now, disabling power saving, I meant, is kind of just like unnecessary. Because yeah, when my battery's at like what 15-30% and it's on low and it starts trying to preserve power, I don't see why, like if I'm on a laptop, right? I would honestly I don't see this as like necessarily a performance benefit. I mean, obviously technically it is, but I think in that scenario I would rather my battery be preserved longer, but that's just me. And it does disable core isolation, which I am strongly opposed to because this is integral security of your actual device. If you go into core isolation details, that includes memory integrity, that includes local authority protection, and that includes the Microsoft vulnerable driver block list. What this block list does is that there's a lot of drivers out there that are known to be vulnerable and have known vulnerabilities in them that get exploited out in the wild. And so for your safety and for your protection, there's this block list that prevents those drivers from being uploaded so that from being enabled on your system so that your system isn't vulnerable through those drivers. And by the way, drivers run pretty deep in your system. So if you have a vulnerable driver that can be exploited, that can give pretty low level access to your machine, which is exactly why it's extremely dangerous to have that happen and why you should keep these things on. Memory integrity is essential because it literally says it right here. It prevents attacks from inserting malicious code into high security processes. You want memory integrity. And people are going to comment and say, well, my performance, right? And I do think it's true that core isolation features, some of them do slightly reduce performance, maybe just by a tiny bit. But if you're on even just a half decent mid-level CPU by modern standards, then you're not even going to feel anything. I have all of this stuff turned on and all of my security settings turned on my machine, and it's a 2013 Dell computer. My PC is a Dell Optiplex 9020. It's a computer from 2013 that's refurbished, but it's still from 2013 regardless. And so I'm rocking some pretty older hardware, right? But even with all these security settings on myself, my system is still performant and smooth even without disabling that stuff and putting myself at unnecessary risk. So I think that is just stupid. I'll just say it for what it is. I think that that's silly that they would disable that, and I don't think that they should do that, at least not by default. Now, if we go ahead and continue on here, removing snipping tool, removing Microsoft Edge. I don't really get why, but to be fair, Talon does that too, but I don't really get why, that would be a default option. Click install browser and then install Atlas Toolbox beta. We will just because it's the default settings. So we can pick different browsers. Brave seems to be the recommended option. They have 4 options and Chrome is not recommended for privacy reasons. If they're talking about privacy reasons, then so should Firefox by now. Am I right or am I right? So anyways, we can go ahead and click that and then click next, and then it will actually start. So it's going to extract the playbook and then it's going to actually start running the whole thing. So we'll see what it looks like in the end. And here we are. Here is the quote unquote debloated AtlasOS experience. Now, so they change your desktop background, pretty standard stuff. If you go look, they also changed your profile picture. And then if you actually go into the command line, so I'll just go ahead and open up command prompts. And then if you do system info, and you give it a moment to load up this stuff, and then you go up, registered organization, AtlasOS playbook, and then the version. So they really go over the top with the branding. They really brand your system hardcore. They're really slapping this branding everywhere that they can. And the person that I think I mentioned earlier, the person that I know who used to run AtlasOS a lot, did actually ask them about like the severe overbranding and asked them why they did this so much, and got pretty much no response other than just it's essential. So if we go and open this up, it did actually remove the LinkedIn link. Crazy work. And then if you open this up, though, they do, of course, because they're kind of more gamer oriented, they kept the Xbox services, they kept the media player. They actually installed NanaZip. I don't know what NanaZip is. And then they keep Quick Assist also, but then they got rid of most of the other stuff while keeping some of these other essential applications. So what is NanaZip? Because, you know, considering this is a Windows debloater, like it makes sense that it installed a browser, but why is it installing NanaZip? It never once mentioned that it would anywhere. I guess it does in the documentation, the guide that they tell you to read constantly. Yeah, info, NanaZip. So it's free software. It has a GitHub, so I guess it's just some open source zip manager. I don't get it. I don't get why that's installed by default. But this is kind of the experience you're in for. I'll go ahead and go into Task Manager here. Again, we all know already, I've been a broken record about the inaccuracy of the numbers, but just to show you, about 23 processes and about 48 Windows processes, and then 85 total. And yeah, you can see how the CPU usage goes and stuff. So there is Atlas Toolbox and Brave, which we asked it to install. Then there is this new folder, Atlas, the Atlas desktop folder. If we go and open this up, it's located in our C drive within Windows right here. So it puts itself inside the Windows folder. And then it also has this Atlas modules folder that it also puts in your Windows folder. If we go ahead and open it up here, you can see the AtlasOS Toolbox installation, a batch script for that. And then it has some web links, and then it has all these different folders. Now, if you open this up, it has options like uninstall or remove Edge, install software, remove Python's store prompt. So these are all very interesting because if you remember Winhance, how it actually lets you edit the install configuration post-install. Well, the thing is that AtlasOS doesn't let you customize it during the actual install. But then, oh, pardon that voice crack there. But then post-install, it lets you customize it somewhat. So it has these options, these batch scripts that you can run where it actually, you can modify these settings now. So if you wanted to get Edge back, then you can get it back. I'll be honest, I really don't understand why they do this instead of just having options inside of AME Wizard's UI. But I would guess it's probably just due to a limitation in AME Wizard's UI capabilities. So I guess by default, it just does everything, and then you can change it after the fact. Like you see, I just don't think that's like makes a ton of sense. But there is this AtlasOS, this Atlas Toolbox program that we can run. It's, I guess, their own tool here. And it opens up to the bottom like this, and then it also opens up in like a really tiny window. But to be fair, this thing is in beta. Again, using just the Windows kind of UI style. And then if we go into settings here, about, yeah, it's in beta. This code is provided by the AtlasOS team. It's meant to be used with AtlasOS on a supported Windows version only. And then they have this stuff here. So I'm guessing, yeah, this is an open source software. So you can keep it running in the background and whatnot, but we'll go ahead and check this out. So at home, it shows the documentation, the GitHub Discord. You can support them if you want to. Software, if you go into here, it is basically just what a lot of those other debloaters have, where it's basically just like a front end for WinGit, where you can just get some software onto your system. It's basically like their own miniature software store. And if we go into general configuration, AI features, you can toggle this stuff on and off. So to my understanding, this AtlasOS Toolbox interface is basically the exact same thing as this, except where you can also install software, and instead of it being like scripts that you're running like this, it gives you a nicer UI for it. To my understanding, that's basically all this is. It's just like a fancy UI for that, essentially. Which isn't terrible. I mean, some of this stuff is just like links to Windows settings, and some of the stuff is just like, you know, Windows settings that you can change. Like a lot of this right here is just stuff you can change in Windows settings, but they just put it into one place, I guess. So, you know, it's kind of, I don't really know how too useful this program is, but and you see this program can make changes to your system security, which you know, is questionable, and change migration status. I actually don't know what this. Oh, mitigation status. I read that wrong. And so you can turn this back on after the fact, which I would highly recommend. If you do end up running AtlasOS, you really should turn this back on. Honestly, you should just open up Windows Security and turn it back on from there. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of the experience you're in for here. I really, I'll tell you this right now, they're over the top, extravagant branding. Like they're literally branding themselves into the metadata of your system. Like going that fucking crazy with the branding is way too over the top, and you're just adding bloat compared to removing bloat at that point. And you know, doing this stuff too by adding all this tons of stuff is neat. Like I definitely think it is cool to modify the stuff after the fact. I just think this is a poor way of executing it. I think Winhance's approach of executing this kind of edited after the fact kind of style is better done with Winhance. I don't like Atlas. If it wasn't obvious, I don't like it. I would never use it. And any friends I've ever had who were using Atlas, I've convinced them to switch off of it because I don't think AtlasOS is good. I would not recommend it. I wouldn't necessarily say it's terrible, but I would also say it's not great. At least the default configuration. If you change the default configuration, you know, it's more usable, but still, I think there's just better options. After talking about AtlasOS, it only makes sense to next talk about Revision or ReviOS or whatever they call themselves. You know, they call themselves like 5 different things depending on where you're reading. So, my bad. But you can unlock the true potential of your Windows, and they, you know, talk about bloatware removal, performance boost, stability, which, you know, is interesting because I actually don't know enough about ReviOS to confidently say this, but I have heard from people who looked into it that it does go pretty deep into like the guts of your system. ReviOS is pretty like extreme with how deep they go into your system, so, and that really can harm stability. If you're like really modifying integral components of your system, like patching system binaries and stuff, which I've heard that ReviOS does, but I can't say that with full confidence. You got to take what I said just there with a big grain of salt. But they say open source, but again, kind of that same issue where, you know, it is just a playbook with AME Wizard, so it's not fully open source, but we'll go ahead and download it regardless. So you can download with ads to support ReviOS, or you can download from GitHub. I'm going to download from GitHub, which is slightly less convenient, I suppose. And then I'll go ahead and grab AME Wizard, which you have to get it makes you get it from their GitHub as well. AME Wizard could harm your device, so it seems like AME Wizard also has issues with Windows Defender too, huh? So they've been around since 2019. That's interesting. I didn't know that. You can donate to them if you want to support. Here's the information. You know, they have a Ko-Fi as well if you want to support them. We'll go ahead and run this. Let's read a little bit about it. So here's their values and their philosophy and whatnot. And then these are the people who work on it, which is pretty cool. and then they do have a Discord server. So enough reading at that. I'm just looking at stuff to pass the time as AME Wizard's slow ass boot time gets in. Any day now we will have AME Wizard. Oh, okay. Another instance is already running. I couldn't tell. So we'll go ahead and drop in ReviOS into here. Exact same process as AtlasOS. Like literally identical, basically. Because they're both just glorified configuration files again for just AME Wizard. The differences between AtlasOS and ReviOS, if you ultimately look at it, I'm sure you can't find too many differences. Go ahead and click next. I'm pretty sure this also does the same analyze installation crap where we need to be on like the absolute latest version and all that. Yep. So we're probably about to have to install updates, then reboot here, huh? I'll just go ahead and save you guys the time. I'll pause this. All right, so that finished. Cool. Same thing, you know, proprietary licenses and stuff, which you love to see whenever it's modifying core components of your system, of course. Select options, configure options. So you can select Brave, Firefox, or none. So there's even less privacy, or not privacy, there's even less options for your browser than there were with AtlasOS. But we'll click Brave. Disable Defender is on by default. That is a bad idea. That being on by default is a terrible idea, and I am strongly opposed to that. But for the sake of the video, we're going to continue. But that is, I really dislike ReviOS for doing that. Disable Hibernate, I mean, okay. Remove Microsoft Edge, remove OneDrive, remove Copilot. See, that's actually tangible stuff. That's also tangible stuff. Wallpaper, dark mode, fine. Legacy context menu, thank God. Transparency doesn't really do much on modern systems, but okay. Move pinned items, sure. So, you know, they're disabling Defender by default, which I am very opposed to, but at least they're not also disabling core isolation. Or, well, I guess what I said there is just really stupid, because if they're disabling Defender, that includes core isolation and stuff. What I said there was just really dumb. Fellas, it's been a long day. But I'll go ahead and pause it, and we'll get back to when this is finished. Well, at least it's honest. well, at least, yeah, at least it's honest with me. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Because you're right, it has been taking quite a long time. It is forcing itself to the front. Okay, hold on. Let me just, let me just scroll down to the bottom here. It's trying to remove Microsoft Edge Dev Tool, apparently. And it's just taking an extremely long time. Okay. I like how honest it is. So look, I'm going to be real with you guys. It has been a long time, and this is still not finishing. I think something is wrong, and I don't think it's going to finish. I think it's just permanently frozen. So, good news is, though, is I kind of already know what my take on Revision OS is going to be, so pretty much it's basically just the same thing as AtlasOS. I think that disabling security components of your system is bad. I think that trying to call yourself open source and fully open source, meanwhile you need a proprietary tool to even run it, is crappy. And I think that I would never use it nor recommend it to anybody. And I don't think it would be a good idea to use this nor AtlasOS. So this next debloater that we're looking at is just called Windows-Debloater by this guy called N1SNT. And isn't, I don't know how you'd say that, but he's based in India. I found this while searching through GitHub, so I've never actually heard of this tool before though, but we are going to be using it. It is just one giant PowerShell script, which again is pretty common. You see this a lot in the Windows debloating space, that most of these kinds of tools are just giant PowerShell scripts, really. So we'll go ahead and we need to open up PowerShell as administrator. Now this one doesn't have a this one doesn't have it so that you can just do an IRM whatever. You actually need to manually download the file. You need to change the execution policy yourself, and then you need to actually go into wherever you downloaded it and run the script. So I'll go ahead and go into, well, it's going to make me type in the path manually, isn't it? Gotta love Windows. Windows is just spectacular, man. 10 out of 10 OS. So we'll go ahead and actually, yeah, hold on. We'll just CD into here. And then we just do, I think it's that. And then we do debloat.ps1. Yeah. And we'll just run it once. Oh, okay. So there's some errors going on. It couldn't find certain registry keys that it was trying to change. It seems to be just it disabled OneDrive. You know, I didn't see any documentation for this tool as to like what it specifically it does. I think it was called Windows-Debloater, like that. Yeah, it was. So, oh, what the script can do. So it disables telemetry, Wi-Fi sense, smart screen filter. Why are you messing with security, man? Why are you messing with security? That's not bloat, man. It disables Bing search in the start menu, location tracking, feedback, advertising ID, Cortana. Restricts Windows Update P2P to only local network. Okay. I don't see how necessary that is, but remove autologger file and restrict directory. Okay. Stop and disable diagnostics tracking service. Lower or raise UAC level. Why? Why, man? Enable or disable mapped drives between users. Enable, disable firewall. Windows Defender. Jesus, man. Enable, disable Windows Update automatic restart. Stop, disable home group services. I mean, I won't list on the rest. I guess you can read them yourself here. Yeah, what are the defaults here? Let's just see. It does disable smart screen by default. I really don't like that. There's no purpose to do that. It literally is not bloat. It is there for a reason. The rest of these are pretty solid. I don't get this one too much. I'm pretty sure this is because Windows updates sometimes will download off of other nearby Windows machines, I think. And then this is restricting that to the local network only. Which I mean, I guess is not terrible, but I don't see why you need to do that. And then it disables home group services. Stupid, and disables home group services. Yeah, my bad. Disables OneDrive. It removes a bunch of bloat. Disables the remote desktop stuff. So this isn't terrible. Here's the credits here, these guys, and him. So I actually do want to see what this video is about. I'm already in private. Let's just mute that up. Oh, this video is unavailable. Is that just because of my virtual machine or whatever? Is the video actually taken down or something? Well, we can't seem to watch the video, but it seems like this pretty large YouTuber covered it, actually. And it was originally for Windows 10, so that, you know, that would explain the actual errors that we were getting, because I bet this is probably Windows 10 specific stuff. It is taking a long time to get rid of the default Microsoft applications. I think maybe if this is Windows 10 specific, because it didn't specify Windows 10, it doesn't specify Windows 10 or 11. If this is like Windows 10 specific where it's going to fail because I'm on Windows 11, then might just have to cut it off here. We'll let it run a bit longer and see. For now, I want to read through the issues. Missing license, yeah, that's fair. So honestly, this script seems more like just a personal debloater script that this guy made for himself, and that's also just kind of public for anyone else who wants to run it. That's at least kind of the vibe I'm getting. And it's not, you know, it's not bad by the looks of it. I do think disabling Like having the functionality to disable this stuff, fine, you know, having user choice, whatever. But by default, it disables Smart Screen. I'm happy it doesn't disable Defender and other stuff by default, but I don't get why people consider this bloat, because it is actually integral to your system's security. And I just don't get the point of that. But it seems pretty solid, all things considered. Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, I don't know if it's gonna finish. I can immediately tell you, though, I don't think I would be recommending this tool to anybody, like, to actually use on their systems, but, like, for a personal little debloater script, it's not bad. I don't think I would, you know, out of all the options available, I don't know if I would recommend this one. So this next one is Windows 11 Optimizer Debloater, aka Windows Utility, and it's by this guy. I'm not even going to try to pronounce his name. He's based in Serbia. Now, if we scroll down, this project has a total of 491 downloads here, according to this label right here, at least. And you can also show some support. So if you want to go do that, go show him some love. But then we'll just go ahead and get it started. So there's actually 3 different ways of running this, and you can run it through the IWR regular method, or through these other options, or this way to download it from actually downloading it from the GitHub. So we'll go ahead and be running just the regular command and see if that works. We're in Administrator PowerShell. This really is a common way of running these tools here. And this is the first one that we've seen so far that uses IWR instead of IRM, though. And I'll be honest, I'm not familiar enough with PowerShell to know the difference. So there is a transcript file if you want to go check the logs. It also downloaded their logo, I suppose. This machine is a virtual platform. So it has virtual machine checking in it. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Why does the Windows-Debloater need VM checks? That instantly makes me think that there's something nefarious going on. I'm not saying that confidently because I haven't looked at the source code, but that is definitely suspicious that they're checking that this is a virtual machine or not. This UI seems pretty not great. I'll be honest. This user interface is not great, but it does let us check our disk info. And we can check our disk size. Gives us some basic system information. This is for switching the theme, I think. Oh, it's for switching the theme of the actual system, of the actual desktop. I thought it would just be for the program here. What does this button do then? It's just about. So this is Windows 11 Optimizer, and, you know, it has all the information here. How do we close this out? We just click it again. Okay. So I'm getting vibes of like maybe this was inspired by WinUtil, because it is a similar interface here. So you can install all these different applications here. And these applications, I'm assuming, yep, it's just Chocolatey or this Python package installer. So you can just install applications from here. And then you can install, upgrade, or uninstall Chocolatey here, or WinGit. So I'm guessing some of these also use WinGit here. If we go to Debloat, it doesn't seem like there's any default preset, like any default profile, but games installed by Microsoft Store are not included. Xbox preset. Okay. So it gives us a big list of programs here. If we select them, I'm assuming they appear on this side. And then if you click on install apps, it would uninstall all of these programs here, which are just all of the Microsoft Store applications. The UWP applications is what I think they're called. And then we go into optimization here. There's fast preset. There's mega preset. So essential tweaks, there's all these different options here. Remove OneDrive is here. I don't see why it has like a big, why it's in red and, you know, all that, but I guess we'll just go with the fast preset. We can consider that just the standard preset. If I turn that on fast, it's enabling fast preset. And then I guess we just run the tweaks. It is going to make a restore point. Should have probably disabled that. Just kind of a waste of time in a virtual machine like this. So an issue with this is that immediately the UI is freezing up and not responding. But that is pretty typical, I'm imagining, just because this is single threaded, so the UI stops responding during actual debloating processes. It's currently loading, so we'll just see what the end result looks like here. So I did just start recording again because, well, I don't know if you saw it, it just went away. But this program seems to actually disable UAC, which is user account control. Now, that is a terrible thing to do, and that is a horrible idea. And also, notably, our cursor is different now. So this is pretty bad, and because you really don't want UAC to be disabled. It's not bloat. UAC exists for a reason. It exists to protect your system from certain types of attacks. Don't tell me this is about to be the third debloater in a row that freezes and doesn't work. And it's stuck on updating the cursor of all things, which is literally not even debloating. That is actually just useless bloat. Why are you changing my cursor? I don't think the cursor was necessarily bloat, man. I'll be honest. I don't get it. So then there's also an option for services, which, well, I just clicked it and it just did the thing. Was it done this whole time? Was the cursor the last step? Maybe it just didn't have like a completed thing. I think it actually completed all of its tweaks, but it just doesn't have any kind of completion message. So it did change our cursor, and it disabled UAC, which is really bad. That is, I don't see the point of doing that at all. And, well, I guess it did. But it was just hidden behind the menu, and it didn't give me any kind of heads up for it. But so it did actually finish, thank God. And this is everything it seems to have done. So the fast preset doesn't seem to do a ton, except this is unacceptable. But if we go into services, I did click recommended, so it seems to just set a bunch of services to manual, which is actually helpful. And then there is also gaming Xbox. There's, this, I am not a fan of this user interface. I think the user interface is extremely lacking. I think they should really consider kind of overhauling this interface because it is not great. This graphic design is this guy's passion. But then if we go here to updates, security recommended, this really does seem like just ChrisTitusTech's WinUtil, because this menu right here looks a lot like the one in ChrisTitusTech's WinUtil. I'm not sure if maybe this is just an older version of WinUtil that this guy forked over and is, just customized for his own thing or what. But, you'll if you click that, what it does is it delays feature updates by 2 years, and then it installs security updates 4 days after release. So this really does seem a lot like WinUtil. I'm actually starting to wonder now if this is just WinUtil. But then if we go into config, you can actually, it's just links to the Windows settings. Yes, it is. It's really just links to the Windows settings. And then you can also just install these things as well. You can create a shortcut, everything else. So yeah, this script really just seems like a customized WinUtil. I think I think that might actually be what it is. But it's interesting because it doesn't declare that it's forked. So whatever the case is, I don't think. I mean, just overall, judging by this debloater, it really well, I guess to be fair, I didn't run the actual like app removal step, because there isn't just like a singular standard profile in that app. So but it doesn't seem terrible, it just seems outdated. The user interface is pretty horrible, and and it changes your cursor, and I really don't get why it does that at all. And it does disable UAC by default, at least with the fast profile. So I'm pretty opposed to that. But it's you know, out of all the debloater tools that I've seen, it's definitely not one of the worst ones. I wouldn't necessarily recommend using this on a production system. All right, so this next option we're both going to actually be experiencing together. It is, I haven't even actually heard or looked at this before until just now. So this one is called Sparkle, and I've never heard of this one before. No one's ever really talked about it before, at least to me. And it's by this guy, the Dogecraft. You can actually go show some love and sponsor and support him if you would like. Their website is getsparkle.net. So if we go ahead and look at this, they do actually have the PowerShell. Wow, that is a lot of ads. Oh my god. Wow. So they really, you know, they're really pumping your face full of ads here. But if we go ahead and check this out, so they do have IRM, they do have the actual command here for this. And they do also have a chocolatey package for it as well, so you can get it through either way. But we'll be getting it through just the standard IRM method. So it's a tool to optimize Windows and boost gaming performance, privacy. And we go ahead and look, there's a photo here showing what the tool looks like. So here's the actual features, and nothing really out of the ordinary. This, oh, okay, this looked, you can just like make them off center. That threw me off guard. But you know, this is pretty standard stuff, just the typical stuff that you would hear from any kind of debloat tool. God, these ads are just crazy on this website. And then it does have a frequently asked questions. So if we go ahead and head into deep, Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my God. So yeah, this link is different from the one we just saw. Okay. So the one we saw on the home page was getsparkle.net/git. But then if we go to debloat script, I'm not going to question it, I guess. You know, we'll just, oh, do they maybe have multiple apps? Oh, okay, this is just the kind of app store, I guess, that they have built in, which I'm assuming is just based on Chocolatey or WinGit, as most of these tools are. So we'll go ahead and, this website is slow as hell. It is lagging out my whole virtual machine. You can see how much it is just killing it right now. We'll go ahead and copy that and then get out of there. It is GLP, it is GPL licensed. This is currently in beta, according to them, so just keep that in mind. We'll be done looking at this now. So actually, one more thing though, that apparently they use CTT WinUtil, some of the tweaks and part of the inspiration for making this V2 of this project, and Raphire's Win11 debloat as a secondary debloat script offered in it. So that is kind of similar to Talon in a way where it does combine these tools. At least it doesn't combine this tool fully, but it does offer this as a secondary option. So this one does also rely on those tools as well, which makes sense because they're very popular and very solid debloating and tweaking scripts. So we'll go ahead and get this going. You know, I will never understand why PowerShell takes several seconds to start up like that, where it just waits out. Oh, we just saw an error flash by for a moment. So it is actually downloading an installer, apparently. Yep, and then it's actually launching the installer. So I guess this is a program we're going to have to actually install to our system. Error launching installer. Wow. I think we gotta go back to the GitHub here. I don't know if that was just my fault or if something happened with on there. So I actually don't know if I can copy this. I'm clicking it and nothing's happening. So it did actually copy it. It just doesn't give any kind of visual indicator when you do, apparently. So we'll go ahead and run this as administrator. We'll give this one a shot. Because that first one did not work. And then we'll try the, oh, okay. Choose your approach. So you can just run Raphire's Win11 debloat from Sparkle, or you can do Sparkle debloat. We'll just do this standard profile. This app selection has been inverted. Previously, you selected apps to keep. Now select apps to remove. This change gives you more control over what gets removed. So, okay, this is just talking about behavior that changed throughout updates. So now this is the screen that we saw on the website. We'll just select recommended here. It is going to keep some of the essential programs, but get rid of a lot of these useless ones here. It is going to keep the Xbox services, and it's going to keep sticky notes for some reason. I don't know anybody who actually finds use in the sticky notes service. And yeah, and it keeps alarms and clock. But we'll go ahead and start the debloat process. So I'm not too sure if this does anything more than just removing applications. It seems like all it does is just remove applications, but we'll see if it allows other options too, in terms of like actually being able to go kind of deeper. It did say that the Win11 debloat option would be a more comprehensive install, and that this install is going to just be kind of just more of a lighter one. So I'm imagining that this is just removing programs. It is going through a lot of these, even though they're not even installed. So I'll just go ahead and unpause whenever this is finished. So the debloat process did actually finally complete. Took it quite a while. It really was stuck on getting Teams uninstalled, but we went ahead and finished up there. So noticeably, Microsoft Edge is still here. If we go look, actually quite a bit is still here, including OneDrive and Outlook, and sticky notes, of course, that we already saw, the Xbox services. So this seems to really just, yeah, really all this does is just remove some programs. It really doesn't even disable telemetry or do much more than that. I really want to know how to get this, because we only got like a basic app remover tool. We didn't see this. And I think this may just be because there's several different Sparkle tools, I guess. Like, we ran the debloater from the website, which was different from the standard Git script. So I guess we'll just run this, which seems to be, yeah, just the regular Git script. So that one that we just ran, I guess, is just some kind of like mini version of it. To be honest, it's pretty confusing that there's several different Sparkle tools and links for the tool. Hopefully, yeah, and this one just errors out on the installer. So it seems like that's actually just the most we could do. It doesn't seem like we can actually even get to this tool, unfortunately. So, would I recommend this? I can't really, it is in beta, to be fair, so I guess they're just having issues with beta. Maybe if I go to issues, maybe other people talk about this. So it seems like other people are able to actually run this, I guess. But yeah, it really just, I wasn't able to get it going. So I don't know if I can recommend this or not. That other debloater tool is literally just an app remover, and it removes some of the basic pre-installed apps. So I can't even really recommend that compared to other tools that are more comprehensive and have that as well. This one is just, I can't get to this. So can I recommend this? Not really. So this next one we're looking at here is WinScript by Flick9000. We'll go ahead and check out the website here and see what it looks like. So make Windows yours, and it has a decent looking website here. It looks very similar to the AtlasOS website. In fact, I would say this is a hell of a lot like the AtlasOS website, even just like this part. But we'll go ahead. Apparently over 1.2 million users are using WinScript, which is kind of crazy considering I've never even heard of this tool before. That sign out, sign in thing was just an issue with the virtual machine connection. That's just Hyper-V being Hyper-V here. And now it seems to be frozen. So we'll try to, there we go. Yeah, Hyper-V moment. That's just the virtual machine. Disregard that. But, this is kind of crazy considering, I've never heard of this script before. So it must be pretty popular then. I don't know how I haven't heard of it then. But we'll go ahead and scroll down. So it does have, installing apps through Chocolatey. Pretty much all of them do. Performance and privacy, of course. And we can see remove Windows bloatware. Oh, this confused me. I thought this was the settings app. You see, a lot of these Windows debloater tools just use like the native Windows UI stuff. So this literally looks like exactly like the settings app, the actual Windows settings apps. When I saw this, I thought this was just a screenshot of the settings app. I mean, it's pretty neat that they use, just the native UI like that, because it looks, just like integrated into Windows. But you can see they do have a Ko-Fi if you want to go donate, go show some support. It's GPL licensed. We'll go ahead and get this going. So how do you actually run this? It is just the standard IRM-IEX. You can also install it through WinGit apparently as well, which is very interesting. I have not seen that from a Windows debloater before. I know we saw one just recently. Why did this show up first? Jesus Christ. And then we saw that other script had a chocolatey option. So it's pretty neat that you can actually install this through WinGit as well. We'll go ahead and get this running though. It does have some prerequisites. Oh, this is for building. Never mind, disregard. That's just for actually if you want to build from source. I read prerequisites and I thought that meant, oh. Well, it can't be resolved. I don't know how that's possible. We just visited the website. So perhaps if I go actually visit this URL directly, just make sure that it's working. Oh, we don't have any internet access anymore. It cut it off. God, this virtual machine is annoying. This is an issue on my end, not an issue of this script. Fingers crossed that Hyper-V won't just randomly kill our internet connection, and then we can actually run this and see what happens. So it does say WinScript. It actually has this like little ASCII art text here, and it is going to download it from GitHub. So we'll see what this does. All right, so here we are in the interface, and yeah, this really just looks extremely like a lot like the settings app. If I were to go ahead and just like do a side-by-side comparison here, I'm sure you can see the differences. This has like this little notch here and this doesn't, but you can still see what I mean, right? So if we go ahead and close that out, we have different options here. If we go into debloat, it doesn't, I don't think there's like a standard profile. Oh wait, so whenever we check options, let me just take a guess. So whenever we check options, it's going to actually generate a script. Yeah, and then you just click this to run the script. Okay, so this is a lot like another one that we'll be looking at later called privacy.sexy. I know it's a stupid name, but basically you just have all these options and then it generates you a script that you run. So that's pretty cool. Honestly, I wonder actually if they have a web version. A lot like privacy.sexy where it actually has this kind of same concept, but it's just a website. And then you can just run the script. So since there isn't any kind of default profile by the looks of it, I don't think that, I don't really know what I would do. Oh, there's presets right here. Jeez. We'll just do the basic preset. I can't believe I missed preset just right here. We'll go ahead and check out what this does. So it debloats Edge. It doesn't get rid of Edge. It disables consumer features. It runs disk cleanup and stuff. Okay. And then it's disabling recall. Okay, and then it's going to disable the taskbar widgets, platform binary table, diagnostics access. Okay, AI generation access, extend Windows Update pause limit to 20 years. This does not disable updates by itself. User needs to pause updates in Windows settings. So yeah, hopefully that doesn't actually disable updates fully like they're saying, because that would be bad. Customer experience improvement program. So this is disabling all their telemetry. Okay. And yeah, we'll just go ahead and run this and see what happens. No, we'll not bother with a restore point. And then it's going to execute. So it did end up actually completing here, and then you press enter to continue, and then it restarts File Explorer by the looks of it. And we are done. And then if we go ahead and close out of that. So this is the end result. It did get rid of the widgets menu, which I like. It did not get rid of Copilot. Or maybe it did. We'll try starting it here. Yeah, it did not get rid of Copilot, so that's unfortunate. It it didn't get rid of the ads in the start menu. That's also unfortunate. Um, by default, it does not seem to really get rid of much of the like bloatware applications on the system, but it does seem a bit cleaner. Regardless, I can go ahead. We haven't done this in a while, but I'll go ahead and do the task manager and show this. We haven't done this in a while, showing this task manager thing, because most of the other debloaters that we've looked at the last couple of times barely worked. But so there's 36 background processes. There's 103 Windows processes, and I'm guessing that an update's happening in the background. No, it's just the anti-malware service executables just doing its thing, per usual. And then if we go ahead and look here, this is the process count, this is the usage. But of course, these numbers are not an accurate representation of how debloated the system actually is. But I've yapped about that a million times already. I just feel like I should always reiterate it whenever I show that stuff because I don't want people to be misled. But would I recommend this tool? Probably not. I mean, it doesn't seem bad. Like, this actually, comparatively to a lot of the other tools out there, I would say this one is definitely actually probably higher up. I would say this is definitely not a bad tool at all. But would I recommend it compared to some of the other options out there? Probably not. I think the biggest issue is just I think it's a bit less well, obviously it's basic debloat profile is not super extreme, but they did have other presets that are possibly more extreme and that maybe are more thorough. I think it's not bad. Would I trust it though compared to some of the other more popular options? Maybe. I think I would just need more time to try it out and like get more comfortable with it. But I could actually see this being a pretty solid tool. I do think and what I mean by that is I do think it's just overall solid. I don't know how I feel about it like comparatively to some other tools, but I would say this one is worth checking out. This one is worth trying out because I think it does seem pretty solid, all things considered. I didn't even bother resetting the virtual machine for this one because I already know that we're not actually going to be running this one, but I did just want to kind of have an honorable mention. I mentioned it earlier in the video, privacy.sexy. So this one is not necessarily a full debloater, I guess you could say, but it is essentially a privacy focus tool for Windows and actually macOS and Linux as well. So there is a standard profile, strict, and all, and all it does is just make various privacy improvements. Now, I've never actually used this tool myself, but I have been recommended it before, and it seems like a pretty trustworthy tool, at least according to the people I've spoken to about it. And it's an actual website rather than like a full-on application, but you can get the application version, which is basically just the website. But the only difference is rather than having to download and run the script, it just runs it within the app, kind of like that other one we looked at earlier. And so all it does is just make some privacy improvement. It just generates a big PowerShell script for you. I would say this tool is pretty solid, at least just based off what other people have said. Although I can't full-heartedly recommend it because I've never actually fully used it myself. I do know that, I mean, I have ran it once before, but I didn't let it complete because it literally was taking like 30 minutes to complete and it just wasn't working. But I think that was mainly just due to my virtual machine being stupid and it just being super slow in the VM. But it is definitely a more tech-savvy option, which is definitely, I mean, that's what it's designed for. That's the audience base that this is designed for. So you can't really count it against it too hard, but that is just something to consider that I would never recommend this to a less tech-savvy user or like kind of just an average casual user. I would only ever really recommend this to people who know what they're doing with computers already and who are already familiar with this kind of stuff and how Windows works and whatnot. Because, some of these settings can definitely cause issues for you at the cost of privacy. So, like for example, configure programs. This does disable some services that may be actually useful to you. Logitech gaming and stuff. I can't speak to if these are actually useful services, but anytime I see a program or script or whatever messing with OEM, drivers and whatnot, it that can cause problems, even in the case of like if you're going to update your system later on. So, overall, I think for more tech savvy users who are specifically looking for privacy focused debloating, so to speak, this is a good option. But for less tech savvy users and whatnot, I wouldn't recommend it for them. I'm going to go ahead and take this as a moment to talk about just Windows ISOs in general. These custom versions of Windows, so to speak. The Windows ISOs that are debloated and optimized for gaming and stuff like this. Ghost Spectre one is a very popular one. That you're very trustworthy when they're using AI generated thumbnails and whatnot. So look, I'm just going to be straight up with you. I'm not going to be showing any actual Windows debloated ISOs or anything in this video because they are just a horrible idea no matter what. There are people who use these and they're using them under the guise of thinking that it's actually giving them better performance, which is most of the time not the case even. A lot of these debloated ISOs, if anything, are just compromising your system security and drastically reducing your stability for very marginal gains. And they're designed under the complete misunderstanding of how the Windows system actually works. So I would never recommend running these, and I'm not even going to bother showing them because I don't even trust these people who, any Ghost Spectre or really any of the other ones. There's quite a lot of them out there. And I have gotten comments before from some people saying, oh, I use this and it's awesome for performance or whatever, which I'm not exactly saying that they're lying. I just think that they're misled because these custom gaming ISOs and whatnot, oftentimes they disable security updates entirely. They'll just disable updates. They're based off older versions of Windows, maybe 23H2 or whatever. This one says 25H2. But then these systems make a lot of changes, like either just completely gutting Windows Defender or whatever else, right? And you got to understand, whenever you're installing a custom operating system to your computer, where these people took a Windows and then they tampered with the internals of it and modified it to however they like, you got to understand something. They could easily embed some really nasty malware into the system. And I know I have Ghost Spectre specifically pulled up here, and I'm not saying with 100% certainty that they do that, but I'm saying that the risk is there and the risk is not worth it. And I would absolutely not trust these people. I would not say that these people are exactly reputable. And I don't think that you should trust any Windows custom ISO thing out there because unless if you build it yourself. So you see, there is actually ChrisTitusTech's WinUtil does have something called MicroWin, where you can actually create your own. You create your own Windows ISO. And then there is also Tiny11, which has Tiny11 Builder, and you can actually build it yourself. You actually build the ISO yourself and you get to pick and you get to know everything that's getting removed and whatever. So since you're actually creating the ISO yourself on your system, and you can even inspect the code and everything, then that allows you to ensure that it's actually safe and that it's actually a proper ISO. But with those custom ones, for example, where they are changing really deep core components of Windows to slap on their branding or whatever else, they could easily hide some pretty nasty malware in there, for whatever the case it may be, like a crypto miner or whatever, right? And you would be none the wiser because whenever it's embedded that deeply into your system, it can easily not show up in Task Manager or whatever, when in reality it is actually running at a pretty low level. So my whole point here is just that I'm not going to be showing any of these custom ISOs here, and I would never recommend them. And anyone who does run them, I highly recommend you switch off of them, because even though you may think you're getting better performance or whatever else, you are doing it at the cost of severely compromising your security and your system stability. And I can never, in good faith, recommend that. The only time I could ever see those kinds of ISOs being used is under a virtual machine, and a virtual machine you don't really care about, that you're just using for some kind of simple task or whatever, and you just want lighter resource usage for your virtual machine. That's fair. as Windows is pretty bloated by default. So maybe you just want like a less bloated version, but then even then I would just recommend you use an IoT LTSC version, which is official from Microsoft. And that's just kind of my point. I just don't think that you should ever use any of those untrusted third-party ISOs, because you're not just dealing with running a program, a desktop program on your system. You're actually installing a whole operating system to your computer, and that is a whole nother level that you have to be very careful about. So Tiny 11, something like this, like I said, is I actually think it's not a bad idea if you're more tech savvy and you're willing to go through this. They have you download the official Windows 11 ISO from Microsoft's website. Then they have you actually create the custom ISO yourself, and then using this auto unattend that you can actually read and everything. So but I just want to make that clear so that if you're expecting me to actually go over a ton of these different ISOs, I'm not going to be doing that. So this next one we'll be looking at is Win11 setup script by Fidoz13. I hope I pronounced that right, in Germany. And this reverts Windows 11 design flaws, debloats, disables telemetry, and adds useful tweaks. It is a less popular one. I've never actually heard of this one before, but you can see it does use the typical IRWR IO. Okay. And then you can actually download and run the script as well. And there is a disclaimer, of course, that, this script is actually highly experimental and untested, it says. So that's pretty interesting to say that it's untested. You just published a tool like this without even properly testing it. But hey, I mean, to be fair, though, I'm imagining this is just like, a personal little setup script that he made for himself that he made public just in case if anyone else wanted to use it. I doubt it's supposed to be like used in mass, but I'll go ahead and get this going. So we'll go ahead and run this as PowerShell. PowerShell always takes so long to boot up that prompt there. I don't know why it does that. It even happens like not on a virtual machine. It even happens on like an actual regular system. So it is going to create a restore point. It didn't give us the option to not. Again, I really feel like this kind of tool and a lot of the kind of smaller ones we'll be looking at are going to be more so kind of just like personal tools that are just public for anyone else to use. So I'm imagining this is kind of just catered to his preferences and everything. That's just kind of the vibe I get, but we'll see what the end result is. Something that's just worth noting that I thought was interesting is that this ran disk cleanup twice. I don't know if that was on purpose, but it did double run disk cleanup here. So we'll see how this looks in the end. It did seem to be getting rid of a lot of different registry values here by the looks of it. We'll go ahead and I'll go ahead and let it do its thing. We'll let it cook. We'll see what happens. Okay, so it finished up here, and immediately I can tell. Typical Windows moment, I suppose. It did not get rid of the widgets menu, so I can immediately tell that, but it did make the taskbar left aligned. Copilot is still here, so it does not actually get rid of Copilot, and it did keep Outlook, the new Outlook here. It did also keep OneDrive, so it's not as deep of a debloat. Yeah, it even keeps the WhatsApp ads. Jesus Christ, why are there ads in my operating system? But if we go ahead and look here, I mean, it did keep the gaming stuff by the looks of it. Yeah, and it kept sticky notes, sound recorder, quick assist. So it did actually even keep Microsoft Teams and Clipchamp, so it kept quite a bit. I wouldn't say this is as thorough of a debloat compared to some other debloaters out there. But we'll go ahead and look at the task manager here and look at these numbers, even though I've talked a million times about how they're not the most accurate. We have 33 background processes here and then 90 Windows processes, and I'm guessing, judging by that memory usage, most of the memory is being taken up by Microsoft Teams. Jesus Christ. Oh man, I hate Windows. I hate default Windows so much. And Microsoft Edge is updating in the background, seemingly. If we go ahead and look here, though, this is the process count and everything like that. And then if we shake this up, we'll see the CPU usage spike. Yep. So overall, I would say I wouldn't recommend this just because it seems like it is just kind of more his own personal script that he just made public kind of deal. It doesn't Doesn't seem like the best option comparatively to a lot of the other ones out there. I would say that maybe, you know, the lack of the a UI and stuff like that, it would definitely make it a bit less pleasant for less tech savvy users and stuff. But you know, I don't think it's necessarily bad. I just think it's lacking. It is very much lacking. This next one we're looking at here is not one I've ever heard of before or even looked at before as well, and it's not the most popular either. I don't think it's a super large one, but it's by this guy called Azir, who is based in Brazil, and it's called the Aurora Windows Optimizer. So we'll go ahead and be taking a look here. This is a pretty interesting setup here. It does have autologon.exe, so we got the exes in the repo. I repeat, we do have the exes in the repo here, but and it is also trademarked, so keep that in mind. Transforming your PC into a powerful machine. If your PC has 8 gigabytes or more of RAM, the performance optimization impact may be minimal. I don't see how RAM count could really be the case there, but sure. And then it was collaborated with this guy by the name of EduMX. So Aurora Windows Optimizer, is it safe? And then immediately they show a virus total summary. Jeez, God, I need to make that video already. I do have a video in progress. Let me know if you guys are like want me to actually go through with that. I am working on it right now, but I would like to know how interested you guys actually are in that. I'm planning on making this video talking about virus total and how it is very misleading and misused. Virus total is actually one of the most misused tools in the world of cybersecurity, I believe, and this is a prime example of that. So I let me know if you guys want me to make that video, but this is not accurate. Aurora is now signed with a trusted certificate, so it therefore it is safe. That isn't exactly what that means, but Microsoft itself verified this. This is also very misleading. So it seems like the people who made Aurora very much do not understand cybersecurity that well. But it does have a digital it does have a certificate. It is a signed program, according to them at least. So if that's the case, that's pretty interesting because it depends on what the certificate is, I suppose, because if it's I can't remember what the name of it is. There's you know the cheaper certificates that are kind of just lower level, and then there is actually, I think they're called the EV certificates, which are a lot higher level but also a lot more expensive. So I would kind of doubt that it's an EV certificate, but it probably is just the cheaper ones. That is interesting that they would get a certificate for this program, though. Most open source software doesn't lacks certificates like this because they are expensive. So you can add your own commands. There's simplified updates. I'm pretty interested to run this. Applications listed are... so it does seem to install some stuff actually as well. And automatically log into Windows without entering your password. Okay. It completely disables Windows updates. Yeah, Jesus Christ, why, man? Why? Install a classic start menu or task manager, better than one in Windows 10. It's even better with a classic look. Okay. They have accessibility, by the sounds of it. So this is a pretty interesting project, I'll say. I am interested in seeing how this works out. We'll go ahead and get the installer. It does have this NVDA add-on, which I'm guessing stands for NVIDIA. This could potentially harm my device, it says. We'll go ahead and check this and see that certificate they were bragging about. Digital signatures. Might want to double you might want to double check that you might want to double check that digital signature claim there. I'm not seeing a digital signature. Maybe it's not on the installer, but maybe they just don't sign the installer, I guess. But there is no certificate to be had on this actual installer here. We'll go ahead and run this though. It did pop up a command line window. We'll just see what happens. Administrator rights are required to install scripts here. So this does require admin privileges. It doesn't auto elevate or request elevation when you don't run it. And the installer doesn't even require administrator privileges. So I guess the installer's their own custom installer, and I guess it's just not that well made. But we'll go ahead and run through this. It does set your console size and the font to something else, which is interesting. Your system has not been configured with a default script installation path yet, which means you can only run a script by specifying the full path of the script file. This action places the script into the folder here. You want to add the script to the path variable. I'll just say yes because that's the default. And it is interesting that this did actually change the settings of the terminal, like the font and everything. It set it to the raster font, and it changed the size of the window. NuGet is required to continue. We'll just continue with the default. I really don't know why they did this. I'll be honest. I don't know why they did that. But NuGet is a package manager, and apparently this requires it, and it's going to install NuGet, as you can see here with a minimum version as well. Untrusted repository. You're installing from an untrusted repository. The default is N, which I'm imagining it's supposed to be A, because it did say that this is required, so we'll just go ahead and do this. So it is actually installing Aurora as a NuGet package, to my understanding of what's happening right. Oh. It seemed to crash. Seemed to fail. Do I have Aurora? No. Well, you know. Hey, to be fair though, it didn't do anything malicious. It is verified by Microsoft. So the next one we're going to be taking a look at is just called Debloat Windows11, and it's by cramaboule. I don't know how to say that, I'll be honest, but it's he's based in Switzerland, and this removes and uninstalls unnecessary Windows 11 22H2, 23H2, and 24H2 default programs, and uninstalls pre-installed apps. So this was last worked on 7 months ago, seemingly. Yeah, the last update to this was 7 months ago, so it isn't the most updated. It does say use at your own risk, so keep that in mind. Do they have any kind of way to show support? So they were actually mentioned in this list, and there is this gigantic list on this OpenDOS GitHub repository. I don't know why it took me so long to say GitHub repository, and it just lists a ton of different Windows debloaters here. I'm actually curious if Talon shows up in here. There's Talon, and then there's ZTalon. I've never heard of ZTalon before. This is interesting. We'll take a look at that actually later in the video, I think. And it was also featured in a YouTube video. Google's gonna give us verification, which we don't want to do, so we'll just go back. Get me out of here, please. Please. Just got back from debloating my bladder, and now we're going to be actually installing this. So as far as actually running this, I'm guessing we just go to releases, and it is taking a while to load. So this is the before. They do provide a before and after, and then this is the after. And it even changed their name from administrator to admin. Crazy. This even seems to be in a different language, and then this one is in English. Man, this debloater must be crazy. But we'll go ahead and get this going. So there is actually no asset to install from the releases. So how do you actually run this? There's a setup.exe inside of the Git repository. How do you run this? Is there do I just run setup.exe? Or it doesn't, it's part of official office deployment tool? What? Okay. How do I just clone the repository? I'm a bit confused on how to even actually run this. There is no seemingly option to do that. This seems to be the actual script you run. So it self-elevates with native shell. And then after it elevates, it's going to check some things, and then it's going to, I mean, there's not much information on what exactly this does. Remove dirt and start menu and do some tweaks. Seems like there's some translation errors here. And then this disables get even more out of Windows, disables BitLocker. I just sneezed because I'm allergic to compromising security. Why are you disabling BitLocker, my dude? Enable file, yeah, prevent device encryption. Why, man? Why? I've heard before from people like, oh, but my performance, you know, BitLocker harms my performance. Yeah, maybe if you're on a hard disk drive on an old ass PC from years ago, like if you're on a modern SSD, then, or even an NVMe SSD or whatever, then you're not, that's like, there's like not much of a loss of performance there at all. I'm on a 2013 PC and my system is BitLocker encrypted, and I have no issues with this. You know, that's very interesting why they're doing that. I don't get what the point of that is. You're just harming your disable password expire. Okay. Do not put screen to sleep. Okay. Make you own start2.bin if you wish as explained here. And then it leads to a super user link. So what this section is doing is changing the taskbar, start menu, all that. It's going to remove a bunch of packages. Cool. OneDrive setup. So this is just going to kill OneDrive and uninstall it using the official installer. It's going to uninstall some more programs, movies, calendar TV, all that stuff. NordVPN. A bunch of these other ones here. Sometimes it's not installed. Reinstall Windows Store. So we're reinstalling the Windows Store. I guess because he got rid of it and then he's just adding it back. I don't know why you wouldn't just keep it in the first place. But if temp equal nec1, okay. Do you want to reboot now? And then it would say thank you for using this tool. Reboot is recommended, and then that seems to be the end of that. Install WinGit. This is going to install WinGit uninstall. This is the start bin to bin file. Okay. There's a giant certificate. Okay. They just straight up raw dog the certificate text inside of the batch script. You know, I guess I'll just go ahead and download this, and then we'll just run the batch file. That seems like the option, the only way to actually run this, the only option. So let's go ahead and extract all, and we'll get this going. I can already tell you I probably wouldn't recommend running this. They just straight up raw dog in the EXEs in the repo. Let's go ahead and get this running. It is batch rather than how most of them are. Most of these debloaters are PowerShell, but this one is batch, which is basically like baby's first PowerShell, I guess you could say. It's like the mini version of PowerShell. Man, you know, if there's one thing I've learned today, it's that Microsoft Teams is a real fucking player when it comes to whooping the asses of these Windows debloaters, man. Every single Windows debloater so far that has been like coming, that has been going up neck to neck with Microsoft Teams has been absolutely getting whooped. I swear to God, it has been so long and this thing is just not working. Also, I've noticed there's 2 co-pilots now. I'm not sure what's up with that, but there's 2 of them. They're multiplying. Yeah, I'm not too sure what to do here. I'll be honest. I don't know if we should just call it quits on this because it has been a while. I'll give it a little while longer. But after that, I think I'll just call it quits. I don't think you guys will be too mad at me for that. Fellas, I'm gonna be so honest with you here. I ain't waiting this long. It's you know, I think we'll just review it so far. So it did get rid of Microsoft Edge, it seems like, or did it just unpin it? We'll try to start it and see, I guess. Maybe it does remove Microsoft Edge later, but yeah, Microsoft Edge is still here. Also, I hate how Microsoft Edge tries to cover your whole screen to prevent you from ending it without going through this process first. It's so annoying, but you can still force end the task. So we'll do it that way. Man, the performance of Windows 11 is unrivaled, truly. But if we go ahead and task manager's not responding. You love to see it. But it did get stuck on trying to uninstall Microsoft Teams. I would say as far as this debloater tool goes, I would say there's more reliable options, better options. I'm not going to blame them too hard for this, for the Microsoft Teams taking forever to uninstall, I suppose. But at the same time, even just the way this whole thing is, where you have to actually download the GitHub repository, then run it, and there's exes inside the repo, and not to mention it's written in batch. Like I just feel like there's probably stronger options out there compared to this tool. So would I recommend it? No, not really. But is it a bad option? I don't really think it's all. I don't think it's a terrible option, but I just don't think I would ever use it. Most of the debloaters that we're going to be looking at for the remainder of this video are debloaters I've never actually seen or heard of before. This one is Bloatynosy, which is a very interesting name here. There are a couple of issues open, so we'll go ahead and take a look here. So you probably remember my classic Bloatynosy app, which had gone through some renaming and eventually got discontinued. I don't remember that. Some more yap. All right, so he ended up just creating this tool. Cool. Well, we can go ahead and download it here. Native stuff, no web app crap. Basic to effect, or back to basics. Efficient, user-friendly, no AI Copilot integration, and focused on essentials. So it sounds pretty interesting. We'll go ahead and give this a go. That's an interesting looking UI there. I think we're just supposed to download the zip. In the last update, I had settled on a design direction, but due to some technical issues with certain display devices, I need to roll it back for now. Curious what that looked like. Probably this. We'll go ahead and get this open and see what's going on here. And here is the application. So I'm actually curious. We'll go ahead and check the digital signatures. Yeah, of course not. And this is the legal trademarks and metadata here. All right, we'll go ahead and give this a go. Does it need administrator privileges? I'm not sure. I would imagine so. New, discover plugins to unlock Windows 11 installation on unsupported hardware, hashtag flyby11. Well, all right then. Plugin environment is not set up. Well, I'm not sure what any of this is, so I'll go ahead and look through this. Dumbputer. What is this? Remove pre-installed apps on Windows 11 to declutter your system. Customize Windows 11 plugins store. Okay. So let's take a look here at what's going on. What's toasts? Some kind of this just seems like a terminal, or sorry, kind of a debug log, if you will. Shortcuts. Use AI-powered bloatware filter. The fuck? This is some pretty interesting software here. This is a dev build. And it was released, well, I guess I don't understand that versioning scheme. Okay. So you can donate if you want to go show some love. You absolutely can go donate. So is this app free? Yes, and it's open source. All versions of Windows 10. Hundreds of hours of development. Cool. Spent a lot of time on this project by the sound of it. Does this app use AI? It uses an AI enhanced database to provide optimal functionality. What does it even mean? Does it mean that they just had AI vibe? Did they just like have AI generate the database of software that they're removing? What does AI enhanced database mean? Just it's a database that they had AI generate is what that sounds like to me. Which you can download from the store. Yeah, so what is the deal with this whole store thing? Because there's like a whole plugin system apparently. So how do I actually go about? Okay, so experience. There's not a default profile, so I guess I'll just activate all features, and all have been enabled. I'm guessing we probably need to restart Explorer for a lot of this to apply. But there is a bunch of settings here. Don't show Copilot. I thought we... Oh. Due to insufficient permissions. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. We'll go ahead and run this as administrator then. There we go. And it does seem like we need to restart for this to apply. So we'll task kill Explorer. And these settings should be applied. Or not. Or not. Is it... I mean, is it on? It is on. Oh, wait, is it like doing something? I see like processes like flashing in the background. Maybe it takes a bit to happen. Yeah, it might just be that. I'm not too sure. Computer. Some dependencies are missing. Newtonsoft, okay. So you have to actually download stuff from their plugin store, I guess. Yeah, visit the store, sure. We'll download this. The store is ready to use. ChrisTitus app. So they just have ChrisTitusTech's WinUtil in here. Let's try installing that. And now if we go back here, how do we actually run it through here now? How do I run this? Next. Run. Oh, is this... This is just like a runner for other debloaters? Is it just gonna run ChrisTitusTech's WinUtil? It really does just run ChrisTitusTech's WinUtil. Wow. Yeah, it really does. Okay. Some dependencies are missing for this one. So if we go into store, let's go visit the store. This color scheme hurts my eyes. This one is needed, so we'll get that. Seems like plugins are just JSON files or PowerShell scripts. Which one was the other one that it needed? It needed well, I guess I can just go look. Well, it didn't give the message that time. Oh. So I just add these to the list one by one. Do I actually have to add this one by one? This is peak user experience right here. So you add all the shit you want, you click remove, and then it just removes the stuff, I guess. I think you guys can probably piece together how I'm feeling about this. It's kind of neat. I mean, the concept is cool, like having a very modular Windows configuration tool. But the experience in this is just horrible. I'll just be honest. This would I recommend this? I don't think so. So here's another one I've never heard of before, but seems to be decently popular. It's Rectify 11, and they do have their own website, so we'll be taking a look there. This is very much Windows 11 styled. Their website seems a little broken though. The logo is busted. The ultimate Windows 11 customization tool. Okay. It's compatible and reliable. And it's also feature packed. That is a big download button. Seems like they do have a terms of service and privacy policy. We'll be going ahead and giving it a look there. God, my voice is just messed up right now. It's kind of later in the night. Go ahead and check out this toss. Okay. So this seems mostly for their actual website and less of the actual software. Privacy policy. Okay. Well, I guess we can go ahead and get this downloaded. We can just use the download on the website, but it did say that it just led to it did say that the downloads weren't even actually hosted on the website. So it's going to something called nightly.link here for the download. I mean, can we just download? Rectify 11 is undergoing a major rewrite. Support will not be provided for V3 anymore. Well, this is V3, and V4 doesn't seem to be out yet, so I don't know why they cut support for a version that's still currently the latest. But, yeah, who am I to judge? I guess we'll just keep reading this while this is loading infinitely. V4 being a complete rewrite and using a different approach to improve my Windows 11. The Issues tab on the GitHub repo has been disabled. It's not recommended to use Rectify 11 v3. So currently they're just recommending you don't use the tool at all for right now. But we're going to do it anyways. Error 404 not found. Wow. GitHub produced an error on for the download artifact. This means the artifact has expired. Check on GitHub. Okay. So I'm not too sure what's happening here, but it seems to be messed up. Can we not run Rectify 11 then? Are we just going to be unable to do that? I mean, maybe if we just downloaded the source code, but download the latest build here. So we'll just download this. Yeah, and it just goes to the error. So I actually don't think we can run Rectify 11, unfortunately. It seems to be a screenshot of what the UI would have looked like, and it would have used the native UI design by the looks of it, much like a lot of these other Windows debloaters. I wonder if we can still actually run it, though, or maybe it has like a complex build process. You know, if it needs to be like built and stuff, then it's probably not worth it. Although it seems to be just a web application, judging by the fact that most of it is JavaScript at 72%. Well, that's unfortunate. Can we... Yeah, no, they don't have a latest version available yet. Well, it was last updated 4 months ago, so I don't even know if they're continuing this project. Next one we're taking a look at here is Dave Wins Debloater. I don't even know if I said that properly. Seems to not be very popular at all, though. I mean... It seems like it's just one of those ones where it's just a big old PowerShell file. Yeah. There is a to-do here. We're going to possibly add JSON export and import for full auto. Look for more Copilot removal options, whatnot. So seems like it's still being actively developed, at least just by the looks of things. I mean, it was... The last update was 4 months ago. Yeah, so... okay. We'll give this a shot. And it does have an actual way to run it here, and it just goes off the GitHub, yeah. And this is using the same like script block thing for doing IRM that Win11 Debloat does. So we'll go ahead and run this as administrator. And we'll see how this goes. Okay, immediate issues. Yeah, this was last updated January 18th, actually. So, yeah, that was 4 months ago. I don't know why I said that like it was more recent. I thought that was more recent, but I keep forgetting it's April, so. Or no, it's May, actually. Jesus. Time flies. Modern online version of Solitaire with adds in optional Solitaire, not the classic Solitaire. Do you want to remove the following item? Yeah, sure, bro. Whatever the default action. Suggestion, remove unless new to Windows and need help. Yeah, sure. Skip keep is the recommended one. Okay. We're just going to do whatever the default option is. I'm not even going to read what it is. It seems like the default is that. Skip keep, otherwise remove. I mean, yeah, we'll just go ahead and remove that one, actually. Remove unless you use it for automation tax. We'll remove it. Remove for privacy, sure. Skip, otherwise remove, we'll remove it. Building a list. Okay. Do you want to remove the following item? Remove for better, I mean, yeah, we'll just, every single one that's like that, I'll just do the recommended option. It's really going to make me manually do all of this. I gotta say, sports fans, I I am hating that I have to keep manually typing in 1 for all of these. Yeah, sure. Yeah, so the user experience is immediately not great. I am hating this. That I have to manually each time press 1 or S. Not even 1 or 2, it's just 1 or S. I'm not gonna lie, fellas. That is obnoxious. I would much rather have a menu where I can check what I want and then run it rather than doing it during the process. But hey, I mean, some people may prefer that. I don't. I don't at all. I would like the process to run while I can just do something else for a bit and then come back and then it's done kind of thing. I don't want to sit here and stare at a terminal the whole time, you know? I guess I mean, I don't know if I should pause because I feel like it's going to ask more questions again later. I will say immediately my impression, this is definitely like a more primitive Windows-Debloater. That's just a giant PowerShell script. It definitely feels a lot more primitive. Um, it doesn't seem bad though. It just, again, feels primitive. Currently, it's just been all about removing programs. I'm hoping it's not one of those ones where all it does is just remove programs. Hopefully it does more, like, you know, getting rid of the ads and all of that stuff as well. I'll just pause it and we'll see what the end result is. Got it. I must say though, my voice sounds so fucked up right now, and I keep noticing that I'm like semi voice cracking and stuff, but it's because I'm so thirsty, but I just refuse to drink water. I should probably get some water. Good news, boys. I got water, and also this finished. I set pretty much all of them to just the recommended option, but I swear to God, this was one of the most annoying and frustrating debloating tools I've ever used. And it's mainly because throughout the debloat process, you have to sit there and babysit it, watch it work, and then you have to manually put in each thing throughout the debloat process. You have to manually input which option you want. And I will say, actually, if you go look at all the options and stuff, it does a pretty solid job at debloating. I mean, it's not the best debloater I've ever seen, but it does a pretty solid job. And it's highly customizable. Pretty much every single thing it asks you for is customizable. I think it kept Edge, seemingly. But it didn't remove Edge, but it does, for the rest of your system, do a pretty solid job at debloating. So this isn't by any means necessarily a bad debloater. Like, I think it does a pretty okay job, but I swear to God, the user experience is abysmal. I highly think, I highly recommend to the, you know, if for some reason this guy, the developer of the script is watching this, make like an initial setup first. Make it so that I can just configure it all at once at the beginning and then run the debloat process rather than having me do it throughout, because that was so obnoxious to have to do that. It was, that alone would make me never use this again. But you know, it's not terrible. All things considered, with the actual debloat process, it wasn't all that bad. So would I recommend this in its current state? Absolutely not. I could actually see myself recommending this as kind of just a simpler, just straight up PowerShell option. If that's what someone was looking for, I could see me doing that, but he would need to improve the user experience because it is just straight up abysmal. But for the actual debloat process, I think it is pretty solid. Oh, and I didn't mention it, but if you're wondering why this is just like a small square now, one of the options was to remove remote desktop, and I wasn't really thinking about it because I was just clicking all the defaults, so I went to the default option, which was to uninstall it. And removing remote desktop and Hyper-V virtual machine connections causes you to lose enhanced sessions, which part of enhanced sessions allows it to scale it to your screen size. So now we're just stuck on this tiny square size. So for this one, I can immediately tell you I would never recommend it, and that's because actually not very long ago it was archived by the repository owner, which is this guy right here in Florida. I believe that's what that is. So they do have a website, so we can go here, and it's Umbrella IT Solutions. So this seems to be actually a full-on company owned by this guy who actually does IT services, which is pretty cool. You know, if you're looking for this sort of thing, I recommend you go check them out. I mean, this is pretty cool, but I guess one of their tools that they had was, or at least he had, was this Windows Tools with a Z tool. It's been migrated and is now being maintained by Umbrella Group. Oh, wait a second. So this actually isn't even archived. It's still being worked on. So take back what I said about this, me not recommending this. I was just saying that because it was archived. So that's just because that's the old repository. So it still is being maintained and it still is available here just under his IT group. It's offered as one of their services, I suppose. So that's pretty interesting. An actual IT services company having their own debloating solution is not something you see every day. So I think that is definitely pretty cool. So there is a debloat one-liner here, and it actually uses curl, unlike what typically a lot of these will just end up using IRM or IWR or whatnot. So I'm guessing we're supposed to use command prompt then instead of PowerShell. I mean, it doesn't specify. I think because it's curl, we should use command prompt. I don't recall being able to use curl within PowerShell. So we'll go ahead and okay. I don't think that worked out. I wonder if this even still works. If we go here, invalid request. Okay, so maybe not. I don't know if this is an actively. I guess maybe it's just messed up, or am I doing something wrong? I think. I mean, I'd be open to hearing if I'm doing something wrong here. This one seemed interesting. I wanted to use it. Oh, don't tell me this one doesn't work. This one has to work. I want it to work. Please work. These are quick, curlable scripts to run on any machine. Use caution. I want to do that. Yeah, it seems to just fail anytime we actually try to access it. I mean, it just, this link just goes to GitHub, and then it goes to one-click, one-line launcher.cmd. So, yeah, curlable. Oh, they updated it, and then I'm guessing they just didn't update the actual command yet. Well, am I still able to do this? I would hope so. There's a device decommission, a Windows Events Audit, and Windows Update Reset. Different options there, so. Oh. So if we're reading here, this is just a batch script. And it looks like all this does is it just downloads all the necessary stuff and then runs each thing with PowerShell. That seems to be what it is. So we'll go ahead and download this, and then we'll just run it straight up. This script requires administrator privileges, though. They really should fix that command to actually be to the correct path now. Creating temporary directories. It's creating it in the C drive for whatever reason. I don't know why you wouldn't just use the temp directory. But cleanup created by Alex Ivantsov. I don't know how to say that. I'm sorry. But this seems pretty neat so far. There's a moth joining us for this one today. Okay, so there's already several ones not working, but it does seem to just be, oh, you know what it is? It's just going down the list of, like, the generic AppX list, and it's just uninstalling everything, including ones that aren't even installed. I wonder why it's, oh, it's counting down all of the ones it's going through, is my guess. Or did they just set it to, like, wait? That'd be interesting if they did. Well, we'll let this run and see what happens. All right, so it finally finished up, and we can go ahead and click exit here. And it seemed to also have this one, which exits. All of these individually exit. Cool. And then, oh, this one didn't seem to finish because it's. Oh. Well, I didn't let this one finish because I didn't even know that it needed that. Am I supposed I don't know if it's a good idea to. Oh, is it running this again? Uh-oh. I think it's just running the same thing again. I'll just go ahead and close out of that. Yeah, it really was just running the same thing over again. What happens if I click Y on this? What is this for? Is this, I'm not sure what this specific one is for. You know what I'm thinking is because this is owned by a actual IT company, my guess is that they run this on their actual client systems. This is like their custom debloater tool that they actually execute on all of their clients' machines. Go ahead and open this up. It does still keep the recommended part with the ads. LinkedIn's still there, of course. OneDrive is still present, which, you know, given the context, makes sense. But the rest is actually gone. It's debloated. It kept the widgets tab, which I hate. But, I mean, seems pretty debloated. I think it actually kept Microsoft Edge also. Yeah. Which I guess for, you know, again, their clients could make sense if they use Microsoft Edge. So we'll go ahead and look at this, even though you guys already know the drill with inaccuracy and blah, blah, blah. So it does look like there's an active Windows update going on. But there is 40 background processes, 100 Windows processes, and this many total. And we go and do that. Not going to see too much difference, probably. Oh, no, never mind. I was totally wrong. Yeah, I mean, I actually think this is a pretty solid one, all things considered. I would say this is, you know, this feels like a internal tool used by IT company, right? It feels like exactly what it is. I bet for, you know, their customers and stuff running this on their customer systems, I bet it probably works perfectly fine for that setup. And I think that this is a pretty solid script for that. So I think they're doing pretty good with it. I would say creating all the multiple windows and stuff like that is, you know, I don't. I think you could probably, but I, you know, also to be fair, I think that's just because again these are just multiple different scripts that they've made throughout the years, I guess, and then they combined it. It's not bad though. Would I recommend this? I mean, you know, I actually could see this being used. I actually could probably recommend this for I don't really see too much that was off to me. So as far as recommending this goes, I probably, yeah, I would say I mean I'm trying to think of any reasons I wouldn't. You know, obviously it's not the heaviest debloat process, but it did get pretty much all the crap out of there. It kept Edge, which I don't like, and it kept OneDrive, which I don't like. But given the context, I mean, it makes sense. So like, yeah, it's I actually don't really have many complaints for that one. It seemed pretty solid. I think having a GUI version where you can actually have a GUI would be pretty nice. But also, to be fair, if this is just something they're just deploying on machines, that's unnecessary. So yeah, I would say it's pretty solid for its purpose, for its use case. I think they did pretty well. This is Windows 11 Cleaner, Your Windows, Your Way. I feel like a lot of these have very generic names, but this one is created by Zombie Hunter NR1. Now, I have talked to this guy before. I actually, he would show me screenshots sometimes and would talk in our Discord server about his development of this tool. So we'll go ahead and give this a look. There, I can tell, as you can see, there is a exe in the repo here. Interesting choice. Now, I gotta say, just due to the overuse of M dashes, because using M dashes now and again is fine, but the overuse of M dashes plus the random like bolding like this really makes it feel like this was AI generated. I'm not I'm not accusing or saying that for sure, but this description here does feel AI generated. So it does have this little animation in it, seemingly, with this green bunny. So you actually download the Windows 11 Cleaner exe. Anyways, it does have 32 downloads, so it's not the most popular, but we'll give this a shot. We'll see. I don't recall ever actually using this before, even despite me seeing it before from him again talking about it and stuff. So now I'm actually curious because I didn't see a build script in his GitHub repository, so I am curious how he built this exe. And that doesn't make it as open source, considering the fact that you can't even actually build the exe yourself. But I mean, if it's opens, if he still at least provides the raw PowerShell, then I mean, I guess play background music. No, thank you. You can customize personalization settings. Oh, so there's wallpaper settings, so you can actually set your own wallpaper. Apply to Windows screens, apply to start menu, and you can actually pick your own colors as well, and even set it to black if you want. So nice. I think we'll just do the default settings, obviously minus the music, and we'll pick Brave. And we will start the cleaning. This image is very stretched, I'll be honest, and doesn't provide a ton of transparency as to what's actively going on in the background. This is something that Talon used to have an issue with, just kind of transparency where it covers your whole screen so you can't see what's happening behind the scenes, but it does still tell you what's happening down here. So you can see it's removing unwanted bloatware, but that is a bit too general. That's, so I am kind of curious what exactly is happening. Okay, so it's just going through removing AppX packages right now by the looks of it. So we'll go ahead and see what the end result is here. And here we are. So it actually ended up finishing, and as you can see, it set it to dark theme and moved our stuff to the left, the way God intended, of course. And if we open this up, there is still ads in the recommended here. It kept the Xbox app still linked in naturally. And if we go ahead and look through here, yeah, so the Xbox services were kept, media player was kept, snipping tool was kept. But everything else was pretty much removed. Again, just ignore FL Studio. So, I mean, it seems pretty debloated. And, a lot of the junk seems to be out. So if we go ahead and look in Task Manager here. Okay, I'm guessing the 100 CPU is due to an update. Yeah, naturally. But if we go ahead and look, 42 processes, 102 Windows processes, and then you can see the process count there. So, God, you gotta love Windows updates. So, overall, I would say it seems all right. It seems pretty good. Now, he did say that this is inspired by Talon, and that's very obvious in the design of this tool because obviously it's just automating the whole process in the background. You just run it, you click the browser you want, you hit start, and then it automates the whole process and it debloats it for you. Except obviously it's more stylized to this green rabbit avatar that he likes. So it's kind of like his own take, his own version of this kind of Talon-like debloating tool here. But I mean, it seems pretty cool. It doesn't seem bad at all. Would I recommend it? I don't know if there's kind of more solid options out there. I don't know how maintained this tool is, but it doesn't seem bad. Did it actually give me Brave, or did it just... No. So it didn't even actually give me Brave. It also doesn't seem to get rid of the Bing search in the actual start menu here, which is interesting. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem bad. The browser install seems to be broken. But, I mean, I don't really see too many complaints. Like, the only kind of issue I would have with it is I don't think this tool is overly maintained. I don't know how maintained this tool is. When was the last time the GitHub repository actually had it? Well, I can't look at that in the VM anymore. So the repository was last edited last year. So yeah, this doesn't really seem, June 1st, 2025. So this really doesn't seem maintained. That I would say that's my biggest issue with it, is that it really doesn't seem like a maintained piece of software. And to my knowledge, this is kind of just something he released to the public in case if anyone else wants to use it, but it was kind of just a project for him to make for fun kind of thing. So it doesn't seem like it's like a super serious, full-on community project kind of thing going on, if you get what I mean. But it doesn't seem bad. Like, it seems to do a pretty alright job at debloating. Let's see exactly... Whoa. Okay, it must be a really big file. 56 megabytes. This must be a chonker. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I bet a lot of this is that, like, animation that plays. This seems to just be an entirely encoded image inside of the PowerShell. So this man put an entire encoded image inside of PowerShell, and that's what that overlay is. Jesus. No, okay, the 56 megabytes makes sense now. Holy. Yeah, like, basically 99% of the script is actually just an image, an encoded image here. And it's still going. Yeah, there's just no way in hell I'm looking at all that. So, it gives kind of a high level overview of what it does, removing bloatware, Windows 10 style layout, accent colors, stuff like that. But it really doesn't seem to actually provide much documentation on what exactly it does. And so the issue with with the lack of documentation is, of course, I don't know exactly what the script is doing, and I there's no way in hell I'm reading that whole PowerShell file. I was literally scrolling for like a million years, and it just didn't. I couldn't get to the end of that embedded image. So yeah, documentation and just lack of this being maintained are my two biggest issues, but it doesn't seem like a bad tool. I really think that if this was properly maintained, maybe make it a little more modular rather than trying to do a single PowerShell script like that, because you're already making it into an exe anyways. Just, do the image separately, maybe put, just embed it inside the exe. And yeah, I feel like there's just a smarter approach of doing this, maybe make it more of a modular design, whatnot, but it's not bad. I wouldn't say this is a bad tool. I mean, we've already looked at way worse. So overall, I'd say, I can't really recommend it, but it's not bad. All right, I have to be honest with you guys. I am feeling the fatigue going through all of these Windows debloaters, man. It is wearing me down here. I swear to God, I've been doing this for quite a while now. Just this take of this video is I've been doing it for 2 days straight now. So this one is the WinFix or Windows Fixer Toolbox, whichever part you read, and it's by Blue Person in Colombia. So this toolbox is a mix of, geez, I can't read today, of Windows tasks I like to run on every system I use. It's made to handle fixes and tweaks for debloating, optimizing, customizing Windows, all packaged into a single file. No need to dig through the settings and click endlessly. I like the sound of that. Just click the script. Just run the script, pull up the menu and set up your system the way you want. Cool. So this does very much sound like, even kind of just said it here, that this is kind of just like a script that he made for his systems that's, just public in case if anyone else wants to look at it, but it's kind of just his thing that he made for himself, which is cool. And we'll go ahead and take a look at it here. Go ahead and run this in PowerShell. They use the IWR classic trick. Oh, and by the way, if you were wondering, for all the other ones we've looked at so far that were EXEs, or I had to download them and manually run them or whatever, if you were wondering why they weren't tripping up Defender, it's because even though this is, for the most part, a fresh install minus FL Studio being installed, I also actually set up the virtual machine so that by default, the C drive is excluded. So that should explain it. That's why Windows Defender hasn't been interfering at all during this video. It's just because by default I have that set up for the snapshot that I keep just reverting to for each of these runs. So I thought I should have clarified that earlier in the video, but that is something I'll just go ahead and clarify now. But we can go ahead and run this. I'm interested to see what this looks like. It sounded like it had some kind of GUI with it. Oh, a terminal-based UI, actually. And you use the arrow keys to navigate. So that's very cool. I like terminal UIs like that. Advanced tuning, but handle with caution. We'll just read through it. Set ultimate power plan, doing bypass PC health check. Okay, so these are some more like advanced options. Although most of these options, like even disable Adobe services and stuff, sounds like This kind of looks like the terminal UI version of CTT WinUtil. Reduce VFX, Bing search, AppX processes. Just customization settings, maintenance settings. So I'm guessing, yeah, this one doesn't seem to have any kind of default profile to apply or whatever. So, but I guess we'll just go through and look at the different options. So when you run it, it starts tweaking the power plan. There you go. And you're done. And then it brings you back to this menu. Cool. Reduce VFX. Cool. Disable Bing search. Cool. Okay. That was quick. Maintenance settings. Clean drive, repair drive. Cool. Essential settings. Oh, we already looked through. Yeah, we already looked through here. Did we look through customization? No, we did not. I'd like to enable dark theme. And of course, we're going to have to restart File Explorer for that. You can see now the taskbar is white while the rest is dark theme. That is just because you need to restart after a change like that. Yeah, see, it's kind of messed up. So that probably should restart Explorer automatically in that as well, rather than me having to manually do it now. That includes, that just modifies your date time preference. Change Explorer preferences. Cool. It'd be nice if there was an automated profile where it just like applies everything rather than you having to go through and manually click each thing. But I mean, to be fair, this is just kind of, oh, we're creating a restore point. I didn't mean to click that. But, you know, this is just kind of his little personal tool that he made for himself. I have to say, though, I am pleasantly surprised. I actually quite like this. And I like that it's just like you run it. It's a little terminal UI, right? You navigate around, you pick the options you want. If this had some kind of not custom, what I meant to say is if this had some kind of preset that you could just click and it just applies everything kind of thing, that would be very cool. And this one doesn't seem as comprehensive. It doesn't seem to have a ton of options, but it does provide a decent little set of options here. For the kind of stuff you want to do. I don't know if you can fully call it a Windows-Debloater because it has a lot of stuff that isn't necessarily Windows debloating related, but you know, you can disable telemetry here. Okay. That one really ran through. And then you can remove Microsoft apps. So we'll go ahead and remove everything that looks like Copilot. Okay. I mean, I am pleasantly surprised because you got to think for less tech savvy users, like non-tech savvy users who aren't too, you know, familiar or whatever. I wouldn't say this is a super user friendly option for kind of less tech savvy users, but for more tech savvy users, they'd probably really enjoy this. Just, you know, having it in the terminal where they just run it, they get that little terminal GUI. The TUI, so to speak, and then they can just, you know, navigate around and pick what they want like that. I actually am a fan of that. I actually think that's pretty cool. This does kind of remind me like if CTT WinUtil was like in the terminal, right? Like a terminal version of it. And for being a little personal script like that, just for kind of his own debloating needs, I mean, he really kind of popped off here. Like a lot of those kinds of scripts really are just like generic PowerShell script and it just runs down the whole process as soon as you run it or whatever. This guy went the extra step and, you know, actually designed that TUI and stuff. So I think that's pretty cool. I am kind of sucking this guy off a bit here. I'm kind of glazing, but I do think it's pretty solid. All right, that finished up. We'll go ahead and click continue here. So that did, let's see if that, wow, okay. So there's still pretty much all these programs here. It really did not actually remove a lot by the looks of it. Well, okay then. It didn't remove many of the Microsoft apps as I thought it would. Bing News. Did it even actually remove Bing News? Yes. Okay, it did. But it didn't remove Teams. It didn't remove To Do. It didn't remove 365. It didn't remove Clipchamp, all of which have Microsoft at the beginning, and it says remove Microsoft apps. It didn't remove the clock. It didn't remove any of that other stuff. So maybe this is a bit outdated, or maybe he just really likes those apps, actually. Non-essential processes, such as game DVR and consumer features. non-essential services, Adobe services, OS for most mode. Okay. PC health check, of course. Yeah, so I that is a big complaint. That is a big issue actually with this is that where was it? In advanced settings? Yeah. So that really is actually a big gripe now actually. I'm not even gonna lie, that is definitely points off there, so to speak. That it really does not actually get rid of that much. I mean, it's a very cool idea, I think, and I actually think it's done pretty well. The fact that this doesn't even actually remove that much is disappointing. I am actually very disappointed by that because I actually really like this. But I still think it's pretty neat. Could I recommend it? Unfortunately, I mean that is a big issue. And also, I think that there really should just be like a presets menu where you can just apply a whole preset. If those two things, if that was fixed and if there were presets, I absolutely could recommend this because I think this is pretty solid actually. I really like the just in the terminal UI like that. I mean, I'm a fan. I'm not even gonna lie. But no, in its current state, unfortunately, I can't recommend it just because of those issues there. And obviously, having to go through a menu click each specific thing makes it a bit less intuitive. But it's not bad at all. If this was expanded, if this was kind of taken more seriously by the developer, it could be a pretty solid option and actually be like competitive in this kind of debloating scene, so to speak. All right, next up on the chopping block here is well, if Microsoft Edge will load, it is this Debloat Windows 11 script by KYZR Dev. If I'm saying that right, I hope I am. If I can hover this here, yep, there he is. Now this is a robust PowerShell package with a custom module to make some quality of life changes to Windows 11. It removes dozens of bloatware packages and disables some content delivery systems to prevent Windows from reinstalling them automatically. And then he shouts out CreoSynth for mentioning me in their open source Windows tweakers discussion threads for the inspiration to revive this project. Oh, nice. So he actually ended up reviving this project after some time, I suppose. So you download the actual GitHub repository, you go into source, and then you actually run the runner, so run.cmd, wait, then reboot when prompted. It doesn't mention running as administrator, but I'm imagining you're supposed to. So we'll go ahead and get that downloaded and get going with this. I'm pretty interested because of well, hold on, let me fix this really quick. There we go. Pretty interested because this does say it supports unattended use, silent or unattended use with the unattended flag. So that means that this absolutely could be like deployed in a network of computer systems, which is pretty cool to see. I really wish a lot more debloaters offered that because it would make the tools much more useful to businesses and office buildings, whatever else that really want to debloat their systems, where they can actually mass deploy your debloaters on their computer networks. That it is, or even if it's a headless install of Windows, right? Like providing an unattended version is definitely a great idea, but I don't see many of them actually doing it. So it does actually check elevation and elevate if not, and then it runs the PowerShell script, which yeah, is just start Windows 11 debloat.ps1 in source right there. So we'll go ahead and run as administrator. I did extract. Yes, I did. Oh. Okay. Run.cmd, perhaps. Okay. Okay. Hold on. All right. Maybe I was impatient. Why are you restarting File Explorer? Was that just Windows doing its typical Windows dog shit, or is it actually trying to run right now? Oh god, it's absolutely running right now, isn't it? Is it actively debloating right now? Did me like trying to close it out or double starting it cause it to start? Fellas, I might have fucked up. Fellas, I might have fucked up. Well, we're running it anyways. Yep, it was absolutely running in the background. Well, we may have it double running right now. I don't know how much of that can be blamed on me. I don't know if that's my fault. Hey, we'll see what happens. The lack of any kind of feedback, there's no real interface or anything, so it's not telling me what's going on. It's just kind of doing shit in the background. Like, literally all I'm seeing is File Explorer restarting several times. I'm not really a fan of just the total lack of transparency, I gotta admit. And yeah, so there's two command line processes running in the background right now and some PowerShell running. Yeah, I really wish it would give you some kind of GUI or even just a terminal or whatever that would just tell you what's actually happening, because that kind of logging is important, especially if, if you're going to provide an unattended mode just to not provide any logs, then how can I verify that it actually ran properly, right? And that's especially vital for any kind of business that is going to be mass deploying this on their computer networks, right? They want to be able to verify that it actually ran properly on their systems, and that's I mean, I feel like that's just poor design. But I'm imagining, to be fair, even though we provided an unattended install option, I really feel like this kind of wasn't actually intended to be used by like full-on corporations or businesses. It really does seem like it is just kind of his own little personal script for personal use. At least that's kind of just the vibe I get, because it doesn't seem like there was a ton put into the user experience. We did see the search disappear, so it is making progress. We'll just... I have no clue of knowing when this is over, I'll be honest. I guess I'll just let it run for a little while. Maybe it gives some kind of completed message. I'm not sure. So it seems like the debloating process did actually complete, and it does look like it only ran once. So, or at least only the first one finished. I still don't quite know if I accidentally ran it twice. But debloat complete, and it did actually make a log file to our downloads folder. And so, as far as I was saying about, like, oh, there's no logging or whatever, there is actually logging. So I stand corrected, I suppose. And it's within source logs. Yeah. So I do stand I do stand corrected as far as that goes, but it creates the log file after everything is complete, and the only issue I could see with that is if anything goes wrong during the process and it maybe crashes mid-process or whatever. It's not, it seems like the log file gets written at the very end, or I might be wrong about that. Maybe it's only just now telling me about the log file, but it gets written as the process goes on. Whatever the case is, if the log file doesn't get made until the very end, then that can be an issue, because obviously if it crashes in the middle of it, then the log file never gets made. But if it is where it's does actually make the log file as it goes on, then then I stand corrected there. But this really is what I'm talking about with, like, the lack of kind of user. This is just bad UX. Like, I had no clue if this even had a log file, because there was no documentation available, and the user experience, it doesn't tell me shit. Right? So my confusion, I feel like, is very understandable. You have to already be familiar with this program. Windows Content Delivery Manager has been queued for removal, but will not be fully removed until next restart. Reboot now, sure. You're about to be signed out in less than a minute. All right, and we'll see this now. So I am interested in seeing how this end result looks. All right, and here is the end result here. So Microsoft Edge notably still present. But if we go ahead and open this up, you can see that it did keep the clock app, it did keep the snipping tool, of course, LinkedIn, Windows being Windows. Now, Hyper-V being Hyper-V, naturally. Whatever that issue is, I don't know if that's just specific to me, but whatever that issue is really needs to get fixed. Feedback Hub. It kept the Feedback Hub, which is such a useless application. It kept Get Started and Get Help, which are both pretty useless applications. It kept OneDrive, kept quick assist, it kept sticky note sound recorder, so it didn't debloat that much, and it kept the Windows backup. So it didn't actually get rid of that much. At least on the application side, it didn't get rid of too many like of the standard built-in bloatware applications, but it did clean up things a bit by the looks of it. We'll go ahead and look at this. Obviously, you guys already know the drill with the inaccuracy of the numbers and all that stuff, but I still show them anyways. 27, 90, and here's that. And of course, the classic CPU test of getting it to spike. So, all in all, I think it's not terrible. I despise the lack of UX, the really bad UX, I meant. I despise the lack of a UI, I meant to say, and really bad UX. It really doesn't tell you much until you actually look at the log at the very end, and they really need to improve on that. I wouldn't say, because in its current state, I couldn't recommend this. I don't think it's the best. I don't think it's that great. Comparatively to many other options out there, I don't even think it really competes. But I think if they did actually take some time to focus on improving this application, actually having it explain what it's doing, add some proper documentation perhaps, even if you don't want to do a full UI and stuff, at least have proper documentation available. And during the debloat process, it should at least be some kind of, just any kind of UI, even if it's a terminal-based one, whatever, that just lets you know that it's still working rather than just staring at a blank desktop and, having to check Task Manager to see that PowerShell processes are running in the background. And yet I don't even know what it's actively doing at that time. If this log file does get actively updated as it's working, which I would assume it does, then, like saying it's starting the transcript and stuff. So I'm imagining it does append to this file over time. You can very easily just make some kind of basic UI or something that even just displays the most recent bottom line or whatever, or just have some kind of output console that outputs this stuff too. It doesn't take much to fix that. Rather, I guess the idea is you would have to check this file as it's, going on, and that's not even the worst. I mean, that's not great, but that's not the worst. But I didn't even know there was a log file like that until the very end when it told me. So, that's exactly my issue here. But it does seem to, it disables widgets. Okay, I don't even know what squelching Edge's first run experience. That's a very interesting use. That's a very interesting vocabulary there. It seems to be decent, all things considered. It says removing OneDrive. Did it even actually remove OneDrive? I thought it kept it. Yeah, OneDrive is still here. Purging OneDrive failed. You did not actually purge OneDrive. You task killed it, to be fair, but you didn't seem to actually even totally purge it. And gets rid of some of the stuff. And yeah, and then it just says the operation is has completed successfully. I'm imagining these are registry changes. So this log doesn't even tell you exactly what it's doing. A lot of the time it just gives you vague, this step completed. And the fact that OneDrive didn't even actually get purged, unless if it just means terminating it like this temporarily. But usually the word purging means that it's like completely getting rid of it, right? Like it totally annihilating it. Transparency is the biggest problem with this program, I would say. So no, I can't recommend it. With improvements, with some solid improvements, I could see it being far better, but in its current state, it is not great. Now, this one stood out to me, and I'll be honest, the only reason it did is because it has a very silly name. And I thought I would check it out purely just because of the name. It is Debonk Windows 11. It is literally called Debonk rather than Debloat. So I thought that was silly. And we're going to run this one instead. This is by Mugain. I hope I said that right. And VA is which state again? Virginia? I would imagine Virginia. So it does an unintended install of open source and free Windows programs and utilities, and it removes garbage apps and settings. Not much documentation to work off that. There is an SH script, which is interesting because SH is notably Linux. So I don't know what the fuck this is doing here. The script collates, I don't know that word, the individual reg templates into a single fixes reg file. Yeah, why did you make this for Linux, though? This is like a Windows utility. Whatever. So usage, you can run all the registry fixes by downloading and executing the registry file here. So this is on his github.io website. We'll actually go ahead and just take a look at this because why not? That is not an actual web page. Understandable. And this is not even an actual GitHub pages. So, all right. Fair enough, man. Or am I just stupid and that's not GitHub pages at all and it's just downloading? I don't see a fixes.reg in here. So, yeah, I guess he just doesn't have a fully set up website there. So this debloat script is just registry files, or just a registry edit, by the looks of it. That's disappointing, I'll be honest. Add the option to manage system cooling back to processor power management. Okay, so it's restoring a setting. Jesus Christ, these fucking UUIDs for programs is nuts. And then it's setting scan code map for your keyboard layout for some reason. Rotating lock screen overlay enabled. And then turning off Ask Copilot. Is that literally it? You're gonna name it Debonk Windows 11 and get me all excited thinking there's gonna be some like really cool script and then it's legitimately just a reg file? I have to be like misunderstanding something, right? So it really is just a reg file. This whole thing, this whole setup, it's even a year old, so it's not maintained, and it's just got a GitHub workflow where I'm guessing it runs this, and it just creates fixes.reg, and that's literally all it is. God damn, man, why'd you have to be such a disappointment? I think it's pretty obvious whether or not I can recommend this, man. I'll bet. All right, make Windows great again. Mwaga. Yeah. All right, cool. Make Windows great again as a script. Oh yeah, it's made by Widerson in Brazil. Widerson. I don't know how to say that last name. I'm sorry. In Brazil. Or actually, that's a first name. Yeah, that's a first name. So sorry for mispronouncing that. Sorry for butchering that. But this is Make Windows Great Again. It's a script designed to optimize and streamline the performance of Windows 10 and 11. Okay, good. By removing an unnecessary pre-installed apps, disabling redundant features, blah, 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 blah. I'm guessing it doesn't have like full documentation. It doesn't actually explain like exactly what it does. Full Windows update. Technically, we're not on the most up-to-date version, but also this was updated last year, so I'm imagining it's probably fine that we're on 24H2. Clean installation of drivers. Yeah, we don't need to worry about that. To get started, go to the releases page, download the zip file. So it's just going to have us download the source code, okay? Navigate to the extracted folder and run runme as admin.bat. Okay. By executing this script, the tool makes system modifications, of course. The extreme mode, there's apparently an extreme mode, is designed for advanced features. Advanced users, I meant, who want to disable core Windows functionalities for maximum performance improvements. Loss of certain system features. It's only recommended to experienced users comfortable for troubleshooting. Okay. So it does sound like there's actual preset profiles to choose from. It is a tool designed for users who want to optimize, blah, 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 blah. Use it at your own risk, of course. All right. Sonar project dot properties. What in the fuck is this? Huh. Okay. That must be some strange shit that I have no clue what it is. All right. It says to go into the releases and yeah, it says to go into the releases and download this, but notably there's no releases. We'll just download the source code, man. We'll just yeah, we'll do it all natural. We'll do it the old-fashioned way, so to speak. And it's not even titled Run as Administrator, it's titled Run Me. That README is just lying, bro. That README is just straight up lying. And literally all this does is it's just a batch file for PowerShell to run the PowerShell script. At that rate, you might as well just tell people to just run the PowerShell string. I don't see the point in the batch script as just like an extra step. But, I mean, what do I know? Yeah, it's command prompt that just launches Power. Did you install every update? Sure, man. Sure, man. Sure. I can't read that, man. GYMJM, I think is what that says. Presents making Make Windows Great Again 2.0. Wow. What in the fuck did I just walk into? What in the fuck drama bullshit did I just walk into? What the fuck? What absolute drama is going on in the Windows debloating scene? And what kind of fucking unhinged maniac made this tool? Where they feel the need to fucking put personal notes in their Windows debloater. That, like, is just fucking calling people out. Wow, we really just came across some very interesting internet beef. Scummy CTT ChrisTitusTech is what I'm guessing that stands for. Script bullshit. What do you mean? Is there like actual like micro drama going on? Is there actual like some beef going on in the Windows debloating scene that I don't know about? That's awesome. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'll stop. I'll stop just staring at this. I'm just in awe. I am just in absolute awe. I have to be real. I am just in total shock. I would not expect that out of a Windows Debloater tool, which, you know, is supposed to be like a systems level program that is making changes to your system and stuff. So they try to be, you know, proper and procedural, professional, right? And that you just getting, oh my god. If there's anyone who for some reason is watching this video and is for some reason like you like are in the know on what's the fuck is going on here, like you know about this beef or whatever, tell me about it. Like leave a comment or join the Discord server or something. I want I want to know now what the fuck is happening here. Obviously, don't send any hate or harassment or anything like that to any of the tools or people mentioned in this video. This is just obviously for educational and entertainment purposes and stuff. You're not special. You're not being the hero, or you're not helping anybody by going and just harassing somebody online. So don't send this guy any hate. But I do have to say, I am interested in knowing what the fuck is going on here. I am blown away, fellas. I'll be honest. Oh no, man, I'm getting deja vu. No. No, don't tell me I have to manually fucking during the process. I'm gonna have to manually fucking click Y for every single fucking during the process. I don't know if I can do it again, fellas. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if I can do it again. It's so tedious. Oh, it's so tedious. So I will just comment on this really quick. And yes, I am pulling through and just deciding to go through with it and actually manually pressing Y throughout the entire fucking process. But I'm doing it for this script. Normally I would just say fuck no and just back out because I don't want to do that shit again. But I'm doing it just because this dude talked so much shit at the start. It was throwing so much shade and like all that drama at the beginning that now I'm just curious. Like now I'm just curious. And I did just want to comment on this though, that uninstalling Microsoft Edge from Windows will uninstall Web 2 and thus break many PWA progressive web app applications like Snapchat, Instagram, etc. You see, this is because with this specific debloater, I guess that's the case, but you can uninstall Edge without getting rid of WebView 2. That is possible. It's harder, you have to be a bit more specific other than just blanket, wiping Edge off of the face of your computer, right? Like you do have to preserve certain parts of it. But you can still get rid of the actual main Microsoft Edge web browser and keep the stuff necessary for WebView 2 on a system. So I just wanted to make that point that I guess whatever method they're using for removing Microsoft Edge is kind of the more just broader, kind of less, how do you call it? The less precise method where it's kind of just blanket wiping off Edge. This can be fixed if they wanted to, if they knew how to, but I guess the guy who made this just, didn't end up doing that. But it is technically possible to uninstall Edge and keep WebView. Oh my god, I think it finished. I think it finished. This shit is in the way. It does seem to just be the same menu though, because this is the same like message. I highly recommend you go touch grass, moron. I love it. So let's go ahead and look at the end result here. So, notably, the ad disappeared. So if you go look in here, Copilot, it kept Copilot, but I guess this is, if I remember correctly, when we looked at the repository, this was like a year old or whatever. I don't actually remember now, but it does keep Copilot. It keeps the Get Started application. It keeps OneDrive and the Outlook application. It keeps Quick Assist, keeps Snipping Tool, and the Windows Backup tool. And, I mean, it said it got rid of Microsoft Edge. Is that true? Is Edge just being slow right now, or can I actually... Yeah, I can actually start it. Okay. So, it, even giving you that warning about how it's going to break, WebView or whatever, it didn't even actually get rid of Microsoft Edge. Well, okay. Again, I don't know what's going on with all that drama, but I would just think someone throwing around that much shade and talking all that smack would be able to make a Windows debloater that works. But hey, to be fair, like I said, I think this debloater is outdated. I don't think it's been necessarily maintained. I really don't know what the fuck was going on with that drama, but this is by far the most wild Windows debloater. No, don't use this. Don't use this one. So in typical fashion, this tool tells us not to use it as it's going to be rewritten, so of course we're using it. It was last updated 4 months ago, and they do have their actual own website, so we'll be checking this out. It is created by OrangBooster in Lithuania. Their website is oranges.lt. We'll go ahead and check this out. Building high-quality software and gaming experiences. Okay. They do have their own game servers by the sounds of it. They also have their own Orang launcher, and I recognize this launcher. And this is just the official, this is just the old school official Minecraft launcher. This is legitimately just the old school vanilla Minecraft launcher that was actually made by Mojang. And they just branded it to their own thing. And like edited it a bit, I guess. Interesting, interesting. All with asterisk. Our projects are open source. Peak. All right. So not associated with orange.com. Okay, cool. Thanks for the clarification. Um, what other software do they have? They have Orang Calc, OrangBooster, which is what we're looking at. Orang Context. Okay. Wallpapers, Microsoft Store Installer, which is just a batch script. Insta Download, which is an Instagram downloader. Damn, they have a lot of stuff. They have some SCP stuff as well. Minecraft plugins. Okay. Interesting. So it does have, it is GPL v3 licensed, I meant. Cool. Creator of the program is AtlasOS. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but it's made by that guy. So there's two different ways of doing it. You can do the old CLI unsafe deprecated method, or you can do the one that is slower but safer from their actual website. So we'll be doing that. Let's check howto.exe and see what's going on with that. This is Python based, notably, by the looks of it. And do they actually compile it to an exe? Yes, they do. Coded on Python, not coded in Python, to be clear. The antivirus can show this is false positive because I don't know what it is downloaded from the internet. Okay. I mean, in their defense, that is true. Most Windows-Debloaters that are not using the IRM trick or whatnot, and that are EXEs will trip up Windows Defender. It is kind of interesting that, you know, they don't just make exceptions through the IRM method, because that would be the standard approach. We'll wait for this to download and then we'll see how this turns out. I am excited because this one looks interesting, I'll be honest. Let's see if we can't read the code a bit. I mean, this is just the Git PS1 here. Okay, it actually tried to download it. Let's just go back to their website. We'll click Explore Software. It was OrangBooster, I think it was. Yeah. And Program Now GUI. Cool. Tasks, Boost Cleaner, Browser Installer in one program. Created Legacy Branch, okay. I'm guessing these are the changes. Yeah. So they've been developing this for a while. It's been since 2024. The last update was 2025. So even though this seems to be getting updates still, at least 4 months ago, the README was updated. Yeah, so it seems like active progress is being made on it. Semi-active, I would say, because the rewrite has been taking 4 months, but their last actual release was 2025, so this is about a year and some change old. Well, I'm interested. This is taking a while to download. It is definitely slower, as they mentioned. You can also download the file under the code button from GitHub and then run the file name OrangBooster.exe. Did they put an exe in the repo? No, they didn't. What does that say? Administrator mode enabled. This program can modify system settings with admin privileges. Please note this is not malware, but it may be flagged due to registry changes. The screen may flicker. Use at your own risk. Cool. They got their own little watermark there. Their own little animation that plays. I like that. They notably use Comic Sans font. Awesome. Info. So this was made by InterJava Studio. Designed by this guy, coded by this guy. They don't seem to have any way to like show support or whatever. Like there's no donation links or whatnot seemingly. Browser, so you can install a browser. Rest in peace. The Arc browser, you were a real piece of shit. We'll go ahead and download Brave, I suppose. Okay. Do they just have the Brave browser installer actually just embedded in this exe? Because that like came up immediately. That that makes me a little suspicious, if anything, that maybe they just like bundled it inside. Okay, so it is clearly a single-threaded program, because while anything else is happening like this, it's freezing. I mean, we don't really need to see what's going on with Brave. We already know what Brave looks like. Okay, you're canceling, but you're taking a long time to cancel. Can you just fuck off? My brother in Christ, please. Please. You're taking an awful long time just to cancel. You installed yourself. I clicked cancel, and yet you still... Amazing. So there's different boosts. You can optimize your network, optimize system, optimize internet, disable Xbox features, clean system services, and optimize settings. Those are all so vague. I gotta be real. Those are all so very vague. I don't know specifically what any of this does, but we'll find out. I clicked it. I don't know if I should click it again. It may be doing stuff in the background. Yep, it's doing stuff in the background. Man, why do they always run disk cleaner? You don't need to run disk cleaner, brother. Yeah, I don't want disk cleaner to run. Alright. Seizure warning, I suppose. That is a lot of flashing, actually. Wow. That is a lot of flashing, in fact. I'm in a pitch black room right now because it is very early in the morning. And that is just a lot of flashing. I guess while it's doing all this, we can look at the other options. We can look at tasks. Oh. Tasks. So numlock at... Jesus. Tasks. So we can look at numlock at startup, hidden files. Man. Home and gallery hibernation, Copilot AI. For this being a year ago, in July, it does already have Copilot stuff. Nagel algorithm for Minecraft. The fuck is this? The fuck is Nagel algorithm for Minecraft? Yo, okay. It's gonna be impossible to read this shit, I'll be so real. And then this is just basic cleaner. Okay. So we won't bother with this, I guess. We'll just... Also, I like how they call verbose BSOD. Just make BSOD better. Well, alright then. I'll let you guys know when it's done. Alright, so the selected boosts finished executing. And that's really about that. Other than these options, which honestly I'm not going to bother with, I mean, it does allow you to disable ads in Windows. You can bring back the classic taskbar, set taskbar to left. I mean, might as well just mess with these, actually. Change my mind on it. I have no clue what the fucking Nagel algorithm is for Minecraft. We'll go ahead and disable Copilot AI. It did freeze the UI, but I'm imagining it's just because it's running the process in the background, and this is a single-threaded program. Yep. You know, the responsiveness isn't great. They should definitely improve that. Removing Copilot, really taking its sweet time here. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, it's well, close to 23 minutes until 4 a.m. And I've been installing Windows-Debloaters all night. So I'm kind of just hoping for this to finish up so I can just go to bed. I don't think you guys will be too mad at me if I go ahead and call it good enough where I'm at. So, overall, not good. I wouldn't say it's that good. And probably shouldn't use it. Would not recommend it. Responsiveness isn't good. UI isn't great. It's outdated, not very well maintained. Doesn't provide a lot of options, and noticeably doesn't even clear out a ton of bloat. And yeah, just comparatively to many of the other options available, this is not one of the great ones. So not even really all that good. So I would not recommend it. All right, so the next one up is actually a pretty interesting one because it's based on our tool, Talon, and it's called ZTalon. It's based on regular Talon by us, by me. This is our tool, and then they have their own here. It is based on a much older version of Talon, notably from 10 months ago. So that's worth keeping in mind, is that this is very much outdated, at least in comparison to the regular Talon. So it is still designed to be used on freshly installed Windows systems. All right. And here's some authors and contributors here. Let's go ahead and run this. It did say smart screen security, smart screen antivirus warning. This is normal for new applications. That's not really fully correct technically, but we'll proceed. Let's go ahead and get this downloaded. They don't have a website or anything, and they use GitHub Actions to produce and share the exe. You know, people used to always ask us why we don't do that, and then I ask you to go look at the GitHub uptime chart, and you tell me. We'll go ahead and get this ran, I should say. So it does have the actual console window open. And I immediately notice emojis in the console, which is usually a sign of AI. Although humans can do that, right? But that is normally a sign of AI. So they're not handling SSL certificates properly. Yeah, it seems like this just kept erroring out because SSL issues. Are we not going to be able to run this then? Yeah. GitHub is required to download optimization scripts. Okay, so this one doesn't actually even... This one doesn't even have like an actual UI. They actually built their... So I do like that this isn't just like a carbon copy clone of like an older version of Talon with new branding slapped on it. This is, ignore that sound, I just unplugged a USB drive. But this is, they actually like put in a little bit of effort, you know, by actually making their own UI. So I do like that they did that. And this is one of those terminal UI menus, except it's kind of not as fancy as the other one we looked at earlier. It seems that simply just moving this window causes it to progress. Or, okay. Well, I literally didn't click anything and then it just progressed, so that was interesting. What would you like to do? Install applications, optimize system, only optimize system. Yeah, let's just do only optimize system. I mean, I guess A is just like what I should do, right? So let's see what this does. I do like that it actually tells you what it's going to do, even though some of these might be a little bit vague. It disables Windows Platform Binary Table Discovery, Network Optimization, Auto Runs, Background Apps Optimization, uninstalls Edge. If this is based on the older Talon in-house script for deleting Edge, then that's not as good, because that script was functional. It was just so extreme. It was so over the top. It literally purged Edge from the face of the planet. And it did it so hardcore that it would also get rid of smart screen, and it could cause a bit of issues with applications that rely on that kind of stuff. Registry changes, registry tweaks. What's the difference? Okay. Install timer resolution. The fuck is that? Game bar optimization, uninstall that stuff. C++ installation. Why? Why are you installing C++? Yeah, and we'll just hit A. It is really erroring out a lot here. And this one is an encoding error. Yeah, there's a lot of encoding errors. I bet that's probably from the emojis. This probably isn't set to UTF-8. It's probably still ASCII. So notably, it really does seem like the encoding is struggling here. Also, it did actually restart my system in the middle of that. I'm almost positive. Although I did go take a shit, so I don't know that for sure. But when I came back, the overlay from Microsoft of like, use a Microsoft account, you have to click remind me later, came up, which usually only comes up whenever you are like signing into your system starting out. So makes me believe that it restarted it during that process. I'm pretty sure. I don't know that positively. There's actually an input timeout. Maybe that's what was going on. That's kind of stupid. Why would you have an input timeout? I was talking, man. Also, this is called, this is in local temp ZTalon underscore secure. And then this is C++.ps1. We can go ahead and actually take a look here because I am curious, or not WinVer. So, oh, it exited. Did it wipe the folder with it? How do I not have access to a fucking folder? To one of my own folders. Fuck you mean? What valuable logs? Wow. So notably, we didn't have an internet connection because the internet connection didn't work. They were having SSL issues because they're not properly handling SSL by the looks of it, at least. If we go ahead and open this up, this does not look very debloated at all, I'll be honest. And, maybe it is because of the lack of internet connection like that. But I must say, and Talon used to do this, right? Probably back 10 months ago, if you went and looked, Talon probably did do the same thing of actually downloading stuff during the debloat process. But that's just not a good idea. And that's why we eventually moved to where Talon can work completely offline. And that's because everything it needs is embedded in the program at build time. And build time just means whenever you take the actual raw code and you turn it into an exe file, the actual everything that's necessary gets put in there in that folder with the exe or in the exe. And it just makes it so that it's all there already. And those components really should just be embedded. I don't really know how maintained this tool is. Seemingly not really much at all because it was last touched 10 months ago. Copilot still persists. Pretty much almost everything still persisted. Not really much changed. Could I recommend this tool? No. And why? Because it's based off an old, outdated version of Talon and they're not seeming to maintain this tool. Downloading stuff in real time during the debloat process is also just not super smart. Even though we used to do it, admittedly, but it's obviously every tool has to start out small and work its way up. Get better and better. So I'm not even holding that against it too hard, right? Because this tool could be a pretty solid fork of Talon, I believe, but it clearly is not well maintained. So no, I could not recommend it. So this next one just looks so fucking suspicious, and that's why I wanted to look at it because of just how suspicious it looked. So this is Refined 11, and it's by Nicholas F1109 GitHub. Had to put GitHub in his GitHub name. What is the single issue posted here? Add a compliance, add a license file. So this tool debloats and rectifies it, quote unquote. Now there's zero documentation, and the actual GitHub repository is completely empty. So maybe this seemingly this tool is not open source. And the reason why I say that is because it has no open source license available, it has no documentation available, and it has no source code available. If you read the readme.md, you will know what you have to download for Mediafire if you do it manually. I have uploaded the assets needed. Additionally, if you want to remake this, create a folder to put it all in. Make a folder in there named assets and put the applications except the bat file in, and then run the batch file. Okay. Well, I stand corrected. There really is some serious documentation available. Well, fellas, I stand corrected. Shit. Spoke too soon. Ah, yes, of course. How specific. So we can go ahead and get this going. I don't know if I want to download from Mediafire. All right. Well, we'll go ahead and download this here from Mediafire. Getting all the ads all the while. Please let me download. What the fuck? Just let me download, please. Thank you. Jesus. It is really taking its sweet time. You gotta love Mediafire. Also, this really is an Edge moment. The fucking new tab can't even load. This really is a Microsoft Edge moment. And then if we go into downloads here, it's done? What? Is it done? It's just kind of... No? Well, it's just kind of sitting at 100%. Okay. Well, I'll just unpause when this is done, I guess. Alright, that took a while. So, okay, here we are. We have the zip file here. We'll go ahead and get this extracted. And if we go ahead and open this up, so there's install, readme, and assets. And so there's an install batch file. There's an installer. There's Windows desktop runtime. And then there's seemingly the actual program. Gotta tell you, sports fans, this is really some well-made software right here. And that's the impression that I get. So if we go ahead and open this up in properties, digital signatures, nothing of course. And then this is just the original file name of this is rectify11installer.dll, which is pretty interesting. I don't know what that really tells us, but it's just kind of interesting to see that. So Windows Desktop Runtime is just a Microsoft. Yeah, it's literally just Microsoft. Okay. Now I am curious. We'll go ahead and read the README finally. Refined 11. This tool debloats Windows and rectifies it, quote unquote. Raphire for Win11 debloat. Of course, this uses Raphire because it is just a very good tool. And the Rectify 11 team. And they have their own website, seemingly. So I actually really want to, any time these have like their own websites or whatever, I want to check it out. Wait a second. We've seen this before. Okay. Did we look at this before? This is just the same fucking website. This is legitimately just the same website. It even has the broken logo and everything. But yeah, this is the one that didn't work. I remember this. So I actually don't remember if I actually left it in the video, but I looked at this already. This is one that I've taken a look at before. Okay. That's the rectify. Oh, wait a second. Refined 11, and then this is rectify 11. Okay, I was confused. So this isn't the same project. Okay. I thought we were just looking at a duplicate for a moment. I'm a little slow. So no, it's saying credit to the Rectify 11 team for Refined 11. Jesus, they have very similar names. So I'm guessing this uses code from that. And then if we pop open this installer batch file, it says, welcome to the Rectify 11 installer where I will debloat and rectify Windows automatically. So it's going to set the color to, I think C is red, if I'm not mistaken. Is C red? Okay, now that's bothering me. Hold on. This is kind of like an offside tangent thing. Oh, wait, no, that's color A. Color C. Color C is red. It's sad that I know that. Start run.bat. So you're going to go into Assets, Windows 11 Debloat Master, and then run.bat. And then it's going to have you select an option. And then it's going to just install that. And then it's just going to run the Rectify 11 installer. What's the point of this? Genuinely. Well, we have to get the full experience. So, you know, of course, naturally we have to run it. I mean, there's no way we can't run it. It's crucial to the plot. Well, naturally. All right. Well, this script works very well. Tell you what, sports fans, I yeah, this is working really well. I'll go ahead and just run this. I think it requires .NET though. Oh my god. There's no shot. This is actually just... This is Raphire's 111 debloat. Hold on. If I read the README. Okay, well that's... But this is just Raphire's 111 debloat right here. I recognize the interface. That is actually just Win11 debloat right there. So here's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to select 3, and then once script is done, please exit it. Rectify 11 will install after. So we have to run this first, and then we have to run the one that has .NET. So it wants us to select step 3, check all. We'll do that. Check all, and then we'll just click confirm. Well, it tells us to do it, so yeah, I'm gonna do it. Yeah, this is absolutely Win11 debloat. I mean, you even see it right there. Alright, so I'll unpause when it's done. It has been legitimately like 30 minutes, maybe 45, I'm not even sure, and this is still trying to remove Microsoft Clipchamp. Maybe we can just do away with the Win11 debloat part, and we can just go straight to, because I'm honestly I'm less curious about how this is going to look in the end with the debloat process, and I'm more curious just to see the Rectify 11 application they have. I think we all kind of already know what my takeaway from this is going to be, but now I'm just kind of curious. Maybe I need to run it as admin. Oh, okay. It requires administrator. A shockingly large amount of these like installers for these debloater tools require administrator privileges, but then don't even actually like make you run it as administrator. Okay, interesting. This does just look like the Refine 11, or what was it called? Was it called Refine 11? The one that was in the one that was in the README. Yeah, let's pop open this README again real quick. Oh, this one is Refined 11, and then that one was Rectify 11. Okay, well, this tool, like, they had a actual image that showed their installer, and this looks pretty much identical to that installer. So this seems to just be like a shitty fork of that other tool. We'll go ahead and click install. Okay. So we need to be on the latest version of Windows, apparently. I guess we'll go ahead and do that. All right, we're here, and of course, Microsoft being their typical selves, we went ahead and restarted the system here. So, what the fuck is happening here with Copilot? Copilot, what the fuck is going on with you, man? Okay, classic Windows, but Copilot, are you okay? Copilot? Okay, it still starts. Yeah, it still starts. Its icon is broken, though. We'll go ahead and pop back into here. Let's get this installer running. You're fucking kidding me, right? There's no more updates. I literally just installed them all and then restarted. Is the update checker on this, bro? Oh, okay. Apparently there's even more updates that are necessary. Alright. Well. Alright, so second time's the charm, surely. If we go ahead and go into downloads here, and we try to run this. If it keeps giving me problems, I'm just gonna I'm just gonna call it quits, man. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, thank you. Please disable your... Naturally. Alright. Please disable Windows Defender, your antivirus, to prevent issues. Sure thing, buddy. Well, it's already disabled, so yeah, sure. You must agree to this license agreement. It's provided as is. It's free to use by anyone, but you cannot sell it. You cannot bundle this product as part of another product. You know, if this... Wait a second. So this is Rectify 11, and then this is Refined 11. So Refined 11 is in violation of Rectify 11's license, because they're bundling it in their own program here. Unless if they got written permission from the author, of course, which we don't know. But if they didn't, then this is in violation of their license agreement. You cannot claim that you made the software. Well, he hasn't explicitly claimed that he made the software per se. This notice may not be removed or altered. Cool. Choose what will be rectified. System icons. Why are system icons part of shit that needs to be rectified? Yeah. I can't even actually check anything. Oh, I actually can't touch anything in the program either. Is it frozen? Yeah, like I'm clicking around right now. You can see, but it's this installer is frozen, I think. It might be the virtual machine, perhaps. I'm not sure. This installer is doing something in the background because it is eating up CPU like no tomorrow. It is eating up a ton of CPU, actually. I can't click and cancel or go back, so I'm just going to end the task. We can go ahead and go back in and try it again. And maybe it's just installing malware. Not actually accusing, by the way. We'll just check all these on. Select your desired theme. Light, dark, dark with Mika, or dark partial. Let's just do dark. The Mika effect. I am kind of curious what that is actually, so I'll do that. Enhanced fluent menus. Yeah, let's get back to classic context menu. I would much prefer that. You're about to do the following. That's a weird-ass animation. Install Rectify 11 on this Windows installation. It's going to patch icons and install themes, and it's going to rectify... Okay. Is Rectify 11 even an actual debloater? Or is it just like... It just redesigns Windows? Because by the looks of it, I mean, just by the sounds of it at least, it kind of just, like, edits the look of Windows. Now, interestingly enough, when we tried to run Rectify 11 directly, it didn't really work at all. Their website, their link to, like, the nightly link or whatever didn't work. But this one seems to be having a functioning installer here. I guess I'll I don't know how long this is going to take. I mean, it seems to be going by pretty quick. I don't know if I should just pause until the end. Seems to be patching DLLs, which is, for some like more extreme theming like what this is doing, that's necessary, but that's also not a good idea to patch system DLLs because that can severely harm stability of your system. Like, let's say a Windows update gets installed or something and one of these DLLs is messed up, it can really mess up your system. I'm going to take this as a brief moment to kind of rant a tiny bit about the just debloating scene in general, just kind of the whole debloating space. It has a terrible reputation, and understandably so. I think this video is a testament to why it does, because many of the debloaters we've looked at today are just terrible. And they either severely, the thing is, my 3S's of debloating or whatnot, usually a debloater violates at least one of them, usually two of them, and rarely, but still, unfortunately, all three of them. And that's something that I've noticed throughout doing this video. And that's should explain why this kind of whole scene of, this whole kind of a niche of Windows debloating has such a bad reputation. There's so many people who making these Windows debloater tools or whatnot that clearly lack expertise in either software development or the Windows fundamentals, like how the actual Windows system works. And it's kind of just throwing a bunch of shit into a script and then having people run it and telling them, trust me, bro, and poorly maintaining your script, having it execute poorly with bad error handling or whatnot. And it can severely harm your stability. It can severely impact your system security. And a lot of these aren't even simple. They're very complex to even get going. So whenever people talk about Windows debloating, there's always kind of this bad reputation with it. Maybe not if you're in that kind of debloating scene already, but for a lot of people on the outside looking in, there's a lot of distrust and a lot of people who look at Windows debloating as just risky. And it's because it's true. It really is. Windows debloating is super risky, especially for like a less tech savvy user who doesn't entirely know what they're doing, but they just want a more optimized Windows system. And it creates a scenario where you have these tons of different options that are all just a total mess. And I'm not saying this to, to shit on the other Windows debloaters to try to make mine look better or whatever, because I know some people are going to argue that in this video's comments, and I can't, it's not worth arguing back with that kind of thing. I'm trying to look at this from an objective lens, right? While also throwing in my personal opinion too. But it's the thing with Talon is that it's my Windows debloater that I made to fit my preferences and my needs. I talked about that in the beginning of the video. And that's how I think Windows debloaters should be. But that's just me, right? Because AtlasOS, I'm not a fan of AtlasOS. I already talked about that earlier. I'm really not a fan of AtlasOS or even AME Wizard and whatnot. But for some other people, it might be the better solution, So my point with this video hasn't been to try to make all the other ones look bad and then promote my own or anything, because frankly, I don't care if you use Talon or not. If you use it and you enjoyed it and it has helped you, then I'm very happy to hear that. That makes me genuinely happy. But if you don't use it and you use another alternative, then that's perfectly fine by me as well. I'm just providing an option that I think is best for less tech savvy users, and that's why I made Talon in the first place, is because this space is full of, honestly, in my opinion, just very tech savvy stuff, right? Or very messy stuff. This whole space is just a mess, in my opinion. And even the more better tools require you to be kind of more tech savvy and have more experience with computers, because they're having you run PowerShell scripts, giving you these, like, if you're going to talk about like disabling consumer features and, talking about in all these technical terms, then people are going to read that, people who don't fully understand Windows internals and are going to go, what the fuck is that? And, some of the more polished tools do provide like explainers and stuff, but it's easy to get overwhelmed as a less tech savvy user when all you want is just a Windows system that is just more stable, that is just cleaner, that's just optimized, right? Because there's a ton of less tech savvy users who have so much e-waste, older computers or whatnot, and Windows debloaters could be a massive help in that area. I don't think people see the full potential in Windows debloaters because that could absolutely fight e-waste very effectively. You know, and people are going to go, so can just installing Linux, right? But some people don't want to install Linux, and I'm one of those people. I mean, I think I mentioned it early in the video that I used Linux for about a year, and that I used on my main PC and about 2 to 3 on my laptop, and I just prefer Windows. It's as simple as that. I grew up with it my whole life. It's the system I'm most familiar with, and I don't feel like learning a whole nother system and everything. And I did actually try, and you can't blame me. You can't just say, oh, well, you just didn't try. I did try. And I experimented. I didn't just sit in my comfort zone. I actually got my hands dirty, and I actually experimented with, theming and ricing it out. And I even experimented with, customizing my system. I replaced the desktop environment from, from Cinnamon to KDE Plasma. And I was just toying around with it. I was learning about Linux, right? And so you can't say that I haven't tried, because I have. And at the end, I just simply came to the conclusion that it just is not for me. I just simply think that Linux is not all the way there yet. And a lot of people, less tech savvy users especially, aren't wanting to learn this entire new system or whatever else. They just want the computer that they turn on and it just kind of works. Like something I've noticed in so many older folk in my family and whatnot who have their own computers and stuff is they always repeat to me, like, over and over and over, well, don't touch it, don't do nothing, don't do whatever, because they just, oh, and sometimes I've mentioned once or twice, like, wow, your system's running kind of slow or whatever. And they'll just be like, no, don't touch it, because, I don't want it to just, I would, like, I'm fine with it as it is. I just want it to work, And they would like a better experience, a more optimized experience with their computer and stuff. They absolutely would. If there was an option for that, they'd take it, but they don't trust it. They don't think that, they think that it would break something. They think that it would mess some stuff up, because those kind of optimizer tools, these debloaters, have just that kind of reputation. And this is a very real issue with this entire space. And I don't know if I'm just crazy, if I'm just blabbering on about, but I hope that there's other people who watch this video, see what I'm doing, see these debloaters that I'm running and all this stuff. And just, this video should just be a testament to the current state of this entire debloating space. It should just be a testament to the current state that we're in with this kind of software. And it really just showcases why this space has such a bad reputation, and why everything is the way it is in regards to this whole debloating stuff, right? So my whole point with this video, my whole goal has been to just kind of have fun and look at a bunch of debloaters and laugh and stuff. And it has been to just explore software, and then also allow you guys to see this software as it is right now, and help come to your own conclusions on which one is best for you. But then it is also to just showcase the current state that this entire space is in, and I think it's just a total mess. I think there should be, honestly, a lot more improvement put into actually making these tools accessible and more stable, because debloating Windows, quote unquote, at the cost of compromising your system's stability is just a dumb idea. It is just not great. And I really think that the lack of, I feel like this space is pretty nasty to each other, like different people in this space too. This is another little rant that I'll get into. I feel like this space is so overly, like, competitive with alternatives. Like when I first started releasing Talon and stuff, and I can't confirm this necessarily, because I wasn't in the Discord server seeing it with my own two eyes or anything. But according to someone I know who was an active AtlasOS user, apparently the whole AtlasOS community over there despises us. They hate Talon, and they absolutely, they just hate us. and their community was being extremely rude and toxic towards us. If I can manage to find the screenshots that my friend sent me of some of those messages, then I will include them in this video, maybe overlaying it over how I'm talking right now. If I don't, then I just wasn't able to find it. But it's crazy to me how, because I would imagine in this kind of debloating space or whatnot that there's a lot more collaboration to try to create the best possible Windows debloater that we can. Combining these different ideas together and creating just a strong solution. And if you're going to have multiple alternative solutions, then at least work together to improve each other's solutions. Because that's kind of, when you think of open source, that's kind of the idea, right? At least I would think. And it's crazy to me because it feels like in this Windows debloating scene that there's this attitude that these debloaters are fighting against each other to try to stomp out the competition or whatever. And I think that's just silly. I think that's just silly, frankly. I would much rather that there is a debloating scene that is actually working together and collaborating to better their software. Because you got to think, if you're trying to make the Windows experience the best it can be, you're doing a shit job at it. And who I'm talking to right now is just the developers of all of these other debloating tools out there. And I'm just going to say it, to all you other Windows debloater developers out there, you guys are doing a shit job at what you're trying to accomplish. If at least that's what you're trying to accomplish, you're doing a shit job at it. And you need to do better. That's what I think. And I felt I should just go ahead and talk about that a bit because it really is something that frustrates me, that end users are stuck in the middle of it, right? Less tech savvy users are just caught up in the middle of all of this. They either have Windows default, which is full of bloat and all that garbage, or debloated Windows, which significantly harms your stability and is just a total catastrophe. It is an absolute shit show. And they're just playing roulette with their system on whether it's going to completely kill their system. Or they can just switch to Linux, right? Which is a whole nother system, and they have to learn a whole new system and all this stuff. I got so many comments of people, even on some of my other videos talking about debloating, where people are like, you just shouldn't debloat Windows. Just suck it up with stock Windows because debloat yourself manually. And debloating yourself manually is the better option, I would say, for more tech-savvy users. But for less tech-savvy users, they're just completely left in the dust in all of this. And these are some real issues. So I really wanted to just bring it up, kind of actually speak out about this a bit, because I see no one else talking about this. And it's about time that someone did, so I think that I should. I think that I'm in a good position to. So we'll go ahead and let this finish installing, then we'll look at the end result. Here we are with the finished result of Rectify 11, and it's kind of funny that this is going to be the refined 11 segment of the video, and yet this has basically just become the Rectify 11 segment. The new Rectify 11 settings. Do they have their own settings? It's just control panel, but then they have their own in here. That's interesting. Scrolling does nothing, notably. Interesting. Yeah, you can't scroll in menus. Okay, got it. Easy theme switching. It's a tray icon, it says. Okay. Better File Explorer. We'll go ahead and pop this open and see what it's talking about. This just looks like the regular File Explorer. Maybe I'm misunderstanding something. It has new animation effects. Okay. So this really is just a redesign for Windows 11. It really doesn't even actually debloat. So this dude, the guy who made Refined 11, he took Win11 debloat. He took Rectify 11 and then the .NET installer, put it all into a zip file, and then just wrote a little basic batch script, and then claimed it as his own tool. This is something special, truly. Well, I think you guys already. I'm not even going to insult your intelligence by telling you what my recommendation is.